be sorted out on an international level. The concept of blackness and Africanness, a new international entity, much like you could call it the Black Bank for International Settlements. So therefore, you'd have the issues doing the black and white reparation. Then you'd have internal affairs where all these injustices that have taken place between so-called black people, they could settle. But it has to be something where white people are not involved at all. That is internal affairs. So you can't be going to the American courts or any other courts to have any say in identity or classification when it comes to blackness and Africanness.
Is Ice-T not Black American? Ice-T.
No, he's British.
Ice-T, that guy, that rapper, that old school rapper, are they not Black Americans?
So,
it's a Black American, and that guy's even far more lighter than Filippo.
Hold on, who did you say? Who were you talking about?
Ice-T, the rapper. The guy from the guy from your
Ice-T, I don't know what the hell
Ice-T, not
I don't know
Ice-T, the rapper.
What the hell Ice-T is. I'd have to see a genetic breakdown. He don't look like a black person at all.
But it's Black American.
He don't look like a black person at all.
That is the reason why I always say, okay, let all the American continental blacks come together and have a council meeting if they are managing that and find out. Only that is the African question. That is the African question. What you do in your country, hey, do what you want. When it comes to the African question, all the continental Americans come together in a council meeting and figure out what the rules are for the lineage, because I'm really confused sometimes.
I think we are in a position where anybody that's willing to help out, to try to help us do anything, we should try to take their help. But I understand that there are Black Americans who feel that, listen, if this person doesn't look like they're directly from the continent or close to it, that those people aren't Black.
Yeah, one second. Let me just shout out to another super chat.
Yep.
Shout out Nak Diddy for 22 euros. Appreciate the support. Adios, IC3. See you in the next show. Shout out, guys. If someone wants to save Mr. IC3, you got a match. Actually, you have to do it better by $1. So send 23 euros. But shout out to the sponsor of this show. Unfortunately, Mr. IC3, no matter how much I love you, I can't bring you back up until someone saves you.
Now, Felipe, the reason is why, because I had this discussion with Truth. I do not want, only the African question, once again, only the African. I do not want someone like Drake's son comes up in a dashiki sitting on the tape. That is all. That is my minimum. What I'm saying. Yes, he's descendant, I get that, but I have a minimum. When he comes with his green eyes, white skin, and red hair, just because you ran a dashiki doesn't mean you must sit on the tape. That's why I say. Hey,
I understand. I understand that. What Sierra Leone has started to implement, I don't know if they've fully done it, is they are also offering kind of a African reassimilation process in addition to granting the citizenship, so that
they stop
those that are
the latest regime. They stopped doing it. Stopped giving out citizenship.
Oh, they stopped. When did
I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised.
I think about a couple years ago whenever the new regime came in, the new president came in. That's when they stopped.
Really, because I saw Dinus Amir just took.
A friend of mine interviewed what's the sister Gina Page from African ancestry, and she brought it up because they were the ones that actually worked with Sierra Leone in order to get that program started. Stop doing
this is what I was telling them about, was the African ancestry thing. But that Dinus Amir just took some people and they did it. What you're saying is contradictory.
It was probably citizenship by investment.
Well, it didn't look like it, but I regardless, what I was going to say to Snake Man's point is that the African countries, if they're going to try to accept these people back, even someone like Drake's son that he,
I'll post a link to the show in the back chat. I'll show you.
Okay, listen. You may have more information than I do. That they should have an assimilation process as well. Just because you show up with DNA, I agree with you that maybe that's not enough to really be a functional citizen within your DNA heritage country. So you should have a process to bring that person back in, just like any other country. Is that fair?
Like I said,
it's not fair, man. I came to make this point that it's absolutely disgusting to Africa for Africans to just be handing down citizenship just like that for people that do not attain to live on the continent, right? They take this passport and all this citizenship for prestige and flaunt them around for no, I mean, it makes no sense, man. Absolutely makes no sense, So, and that's why I am of the opinion that an African country that disrespect the continent by giving out free passport or citizenship to a people, should be ostracized out of the African Union, because we don't know who is actually coming in on the continent. These people are not being vetted. Now there have been a lot of countries that are now going in with gay laws and stuff, because these are the kind of things that these people promote. They don't promote unionship. Most of them are they don't lead. They don't have a family mindset. They are all individualistic. You don't see them going home to Africa with their husband and wife. You see them always divided, single, and these are the kind of things they are bringing on the continent. So for me, as Sierra Leonean, we shouldn't be bringing people like this on the continent. So countries like this, Africans should, encourage other African countries to stop this nonsense. I mean, you don't bring in a DNA test and say, oh, you have the right to citizenship. It doesn't work like that. You have to have lived in that country for almost close to 10 years, have a viable business that is going on, have not commit any crime, then you can be awarded a citizenship. And that makes sense. But just going home and assume you need to have a citizenship makes no sense. And that's my point,
Can I say something, please? Because
go ahead.
can I say something, please? I am one of the ones that got Sierra Leone citizenship. First of all, they did a background check. I had to do a background check. I had to do a state, I had to do a state and federal background check. And I did a whole bunch to get the stuff to get the citizenship. Also, we had to do like a business type of class, so we can open up businesses in the country. And I actually started a poultry farm there. Also, we are just not. What I'm trying to say. We are just not people. We are people that have been forcibly removed from the continent of Africa 400 years ago, and that's not our fault. So for you to say that, I'm just really upset, because for you to say that we're just a people, we have been removed forcibly from the continent. So I just don't understand what's the problem. I just feel like so many people have a problem with us coming back. I don't get it. It's not like our fault that we were brought to America. You know what I mean? It's not like we wanted to come over here. So I mean, I just don't understand. I just don't understand that. And I actually found Sierra Leone cousins on my mom's side. I did a maternal DNA test. It's not like, you know what I mean? I found cousins. The lady, she was born in Sierra Leone. She lives in Maryland right now. So it's not like I don't have family, tied to the country and things like that. So I'm just, let me just get off, because I'm fucking pissed off. Let me just get off, because I don't understand cousins.
You should be
Let me jump on. Let me speak to Jude's point. And maybe twice a year, Jude and I will agree on something. I agree with him 100%.
there you go,
What people have
Nabu.
to
Thanks.
understand is you have to respect the sovereignty of these African nations. If if you're engaging in a program or some sort of business where people are just passing out passports based on a DNA test, or based on some nonsense, what you're actually doing is contributing to the corruption of said country. If you want to be part of a country and you want to get citizenship, then you go through everything that everyone else that's been trying to get citizenship before you have gone through. If that means you got to wait 10
Exactly.
years, if that means you got to speak the language, if that means you have to integrate, if that means, then do it. because what's happening is people are getting these passports like Sierra Leonean, right? And then they get an ECOWAS passport, and guess what they do? They don't even live in Sierra Leone. Most of these people that got these passports, they don't even live there. So to them, they're using a lot of these African citizenships as really just collecting citizenships and like, yo, I'm African now, because they don't really want to be African. Everybody wants to be African until it's really time to be an African. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm
Right.
I
saying?
mean, not Nizzy, but I understand that, but that's not for everyone. I'm moving to the Sierra Leone continent this year. I've been adopted into a Mende village called Jamakoa. It's not like I'm not trying to, it takes time to learn like the different customs and stuff and the traditions. It's not like I'm not trying to do that. I'm moving to the continent this year. I'm investing into the continent. I'm not like some other people who just collect and not live in the country and not contribute. So just to say that some of us are not doing that, I mean, at least I'm doing it. So I mean, but it's just to stereotype everyone just to say, I'm not saying you're stereotyping, but I'm just saying to say that some of us are not doing that. I just think that's wrong.
The point is not. The point wasn't not doing it. The point is that you now have certain laws in Africa, like this gay stuff that is being fight. Because we don't know what culture you align with. We don't know if you align with the West culture or with the African culture, because most of you guys are bringing that European mindset, American mindset. Back in America we do it like this. Oh, back in America this right is these are the kind of things that is now causing conflict, friction between the Africans on the continent and those who are coming in, because we don't know which ideology you actually lies on. So that is a bigger issue on the continent right now. And another issue is people that take a country's citizenship, they tend to move across the border because they have a citizenship from one country in West Africa. Now they go into another country and they assume that, oh, that country have to give them free entry because they took a Sierra Leone passport. But now you have spent all your money in Sierra Leone, and this other country that you want to get into, you are not spending anything. So who is at the loose side? So that's why I'm saying that countries that are awarding this citizenship should make their due diligence and make sure that those who are coming in are actually the right people, and do not actually encourage them to cross the border into other people's country, because you do not take a passport for Africa continent. You took a passport in that country, so stay there. So that's it.
Can I say something?
Majority of Black Americans are not trying to move to Africa, and as of right now, no African country is actually giving citizenship. It's less than 1%, less than 1/10 of 1% of African Americans or Black Americans who are trying to relocate to the continent. Most of us are trying to stay right here where we are. Some of us have relocated to other countries. I mean, outside of the U.S. I mean, I agree with a lot of Americans are going around the world colonizing other countries. You see that happening in Mexico right now, and now they're starting to deport Americans, which I find hilarious, especially most of them are white folks, right? But yeah, man, I agree. You should, if you're going to go to a country, if you go to a country, your number one priority is to learn the culture, learn the language. You know what I'm saying? Respect the culture, respect the people, because you're not in your country, you're in somebody else's country. But salute you, sis, for you say that's what you're doing. So I believe you, so respect you for that. But yeah, most of us not trying to come there, man. Some of us that will come take a vacation there, but most of us not trying to move there.
I wanted to throw something out here and thank Mary Shai for coming up and giving a different perspective. It's a very small amount of Black Americans that are investing and trying to move into the continent in any way whatsoever, whether it's citizenship or buying property there or starting a business there. It's a very small percentage of people that are doing it, and it's a very small percentage of people that have the money to do it. So one of the things that I think it's problematic that's coming up here is, with that little amount of investment and interest, to have the kind of negativity and unwillingness to work together as a group, trying to, basically, it's my view that part of the reason why a lot of the African countries were able to be enslaved is because we're the most diverse group of people on earth, and we constantly are able to be divided because of our diversity. Whereas some of these other countries, for example, let me just take the diaspora of China. China has 3 or 4 different countries that are part of their diaspora. They have mainland China, they have Hong Kong, they have Taiwan, and they have Macau. And all of those people plug into the Chinatowns all over the world. Those are distribution hubs for their diaspora, for goods going both ways. Here we sit on this panel, and we basically just attacked one another as to how Black we were. We did a Black litmus test, or how African we were. We did a African litmus test. And basically, we're struggling to get investment both in Black America and in Africa. You know, you name the country. So the few people that are interested get turned off because of our attitude about it. And that's why we have a hard time building anything. As an example, I'm from Chicago originally. I live in LA now. We just lost our last Black bank in Chicago. We don't have any. Now, I don't know how you're going to build any kind of Black American anything without any banks. It just doesn't work like that. And so, you know, it frustrates me to no end that if we're talking about something that is an intellectual exercise, which in this case, we were dealing with Dennis Sperling and his ideas for reparations. And then it devolves into who's Black and who's not. And are you trying to come to the continent and do you qualify? Look, we're not going to get anywhere with that. What's going to happen is people are going to say, you know what, it's just not worth it, and let them solve their own thing, you know? And that's unfortunate to me, because at the end of the day, we share more in common than we do apart. But if we're going to sit and attack one another, we're going to have a really hard time. And it seems like that's the way that it is. You know, like when Judah was making the point about just letting these people wave in, when I look at the people that were going with Dynas, I don't think, and Mary Shai can maybe say definitively, I don't think it was more than 30, 40 people. So what Judah is talking about, you're worried about 30, 40 people, brother? You got a country of millions, and you're worried about the 30 people that had an interest in trying to get citizenship?
That 30 people can change the law in Sierra Leone. They can make certain laws to be passed. Those people with that mentality, come on, man. Haven't you seen what is going on the African continent now, where countries are being sanctioned because certain laws?
Judah is not
Yeah,
a Sierra Leonean. Judah is not a Sierra Leonean, and
yeah, I
he's
mean,
always hating on Black Americans. So yeah, that's a
all these
Yeah,
ideologies that is coming out from these people is ridiculous. And another point is, most of these guys going home, they are single parents. They bring that culture of single parents back to the African continent, and that's another thing they turn around in. You know, yeah, single parent. You don't see them with their husband and wife
You know what?
walking
I
around.
think
So
it's
other
funny.
Judah, why are
Africans
you
can learn
always
from them.
hating? Judah,
You
why are you
know,
always hating?
Funny. Wait a minute. I think it's funny because actually I don't have any kids, but guess what? I'm dating an African that has one child. And so he's a single parent and he's African. Here I am, I'm American and I have no kids. So you see how funny that is?
Judah, why are you always hating on Black Americans? I don't get it. It's
I,
just
I
see your
just
money.
I just think it's a loser's mentality to try to figure out why we shouldn't work together rather than to try to figure bridges between ourselves. That just it's disappointing, to say the least, and galling at the most, that we have so little investment in these different places from the diaspora. Like, for example, let me just what the potential is, and I brought this up on Kaizo's show before. If we all shopped in the same place, if the Africans that came to the United States shopped where Black Americans shop, meaning that Black Americans' diet adjusted slightly to eat more African foods, which actually would be healthier for us, then we could actually build franchises. And those franchises then could have an interchange of supply chain and money going back and forth between the continent. But when we come, being the Africans that come here, that we have a Togo store, we got Nigerian store, we got a Ethiopian store. Everybody is shopping alone, and people that function like that lose. That's just the fact of it. And so when we look around and we say, well, why are we losing? Because we can't work together. And the commentary that we're doing on this panel, unfortunately, is revealing some of those fractures of we're not serious about trying to actually improve our situation as a group. We're all moving as individuals. And that's a loser's mentality. I'm sorry to say. Now, if somebody has...
Mr. Philippi, can I tell you, there's a white guy that went to Africa, right? I think he's a YouTuber, and this guy does YouTube on the African continent. In every African country that he goes to, in 1 or 2 months, he already speaks this African language. He integrates, he speaks, with people on the street in an African language. He do that integrity.
You
He
mean the
is
sabbatical?
African. Let me finish. Okay, there you go. You know him. At one point in time, he wanted to do a video with Go Black to Africa. I think that was in Rwanda. Or Go Black curse him out and say he cannot do a video with a white guy. But it seems like this white guy, I think he is now in India, and he integrated more in Africa than most of these African Americans YouTubers on the continent. Not me saying that, but what I'm saying is I have a soft spot for white people on the continent because there's another one white guy that came to my own village when I was back there in Cameroon, and the way he eats African food, I actually like, wow, he loves, but you wouldn't see the way African Americans looks on African, talk down on them as if they had a better history or coming from a superiority country. I'm like, these are guys that never fought for any. I mean, if you fought probably for civil rights movement in America, but you will have fought for your own independence in this country called America when most blacks were fighting for independence around the world. I thought black supreme in America will have also fought for their own country and have their own presidents that they will actually dictate laws that can suit other African countries. Now saying that Africans should work with blacks in America, it makes no sense because you don't own a country. I mean, if I ask you who's your leader, you don't have a leader. I mean, you cannot work with a person that does not have who you want to talk to. I mean, there you just told me that you lose your last bank in Chicago. I mean, there is nothing that Africans on the continent can look up to you guys apart from maybe entertainment. But now Africans are topping the chart in entertainment. So when it comes to bank, air flight, you don't own anything. Now they are talking about cyber trucks and cars that are being produced by white people. There's nothing run by black. We don't actually have asset. If I'm flying from here to Atlanta, I'm probably gonna catch a flight that was done by a white man, or drive a car that was done by a person from Japan, or maybe a white person. So there's actually nothing that I'm using black on. So
Judah,
how can we work together when you have nothing that we can actually work with?
Judah, we've had this conversation before, and I will give you the same answer I gave you before, which is Black Americans have access to business credit and personal credit. Africans, in many cases, don't. So if you want to try to build with an African American that's interested, you can. If you don't want to, then that's up to you. But to sit here and tell me about all the lauds of some mysterious white person and how great they were, and then in the same breath say some black person who has admixture is not actually African, and that you don't respect them, but you are lauding the success and willing to assimilate of a white person, that's insane. I understand why you're saying it. I understand why you're surprised.
Why are you surprised? I told you he's hating.
Yeah, I understand why, but this is why people like Nakmizi and others attack Africans, is because, we have tried as Black Americans to bridge the gap in a meaningful way, and we've done it multi-generationally. And at every step along that path, there is some African that will stand up and will tell us why A, we're not African, B, that we are not a good influence or someone to be worked with, and then go
bro, stop trying to reach out to people on the internet. You got to go meet people in person, bro, because the people on the internet a lot of times, not gonna be the people you need to be trying to work with.
Can I come in there for a
Wait,
microsecond?
Well, I was waiting patiently. I have something to say.
I was making a point here.
Yeah,
I'm
let the
friends
brother
I'm
finish,
friends
then
with
I got
lots
next.
of Africans. But I am saying we got to stop this platforming of white savior mentality, man. That, look, if people want to work together, we can work together. But attacking each other and trying to find out, why we shouldn't work together, that hasn't served us very well as Black individuals, as a Black community, whether it's in the United States or otherwise, or on the continent. And we're the only group of people that's not working together, which is, I think, really troubling. So I'm going to leave it there. I got to go back to work.
Guys,
let me jump on this. Let me jump on this because I want to respond to Jude. I like to respond to Jude and the comment that I attack Africans. I don't think he meant it maliciously, but I don't attack anyone. I'm on defense, and when I fire back, I go for kill shots. But I don't really just come attacking anyone. But if there's smoke for my people, then I'm gonna give smoke to your people. Now, the only thing that I want to speak on really is that we don't have to work together. We don't. If I were to ask Jude how many other Africans does he know that thinks exactly like he does, a lot of you would be surprised at how many actually think like that. But a lot of you want to live in this with these rose-colored glasses, thinking that all Africans like all Black Americans and all Black Americans like Africans. We don't like each other because we don't know each other. And on a personal level, you can have great relationships, but it has to be based on something tangible, not just the fact that they're from Africa and we're from America. You can have great business opportunities with people on the continent if you're already doing business or if you're interested in business. Stop the kumbaya. We got to work together. And the Chinese do this. Yo, look, Africans are not wired to work together unless it's something substantial. Then they'll put all that tribalist shit to the side of just about getting money. But a lot of Black Americans, a lot of diasporans are going back because they want to be embraced. You know what I'm saying? Never looked at an African man before until Amistad and goddamn whatever these African movies are, and now all of a sudden they like African men. Oh, they like Burna Boy.
No
and
Diddy.
Black Panther. Don't forget about the movie Black Panther, Knock.
That's the one I really wanted to say. Black Panther.
But
Like like I
but
said,
that's
everybody want to be African until it's really time to be African. If I were to ask, and I don't want to agree with Jude again, but I will preface it with this. Yeah, he does have a tinge of white savior complex. But how can a white man go onto the continent and learn the language when the majority of these diasporans can't count to 10 in the language of the tribe that they are adopted by?
Exactly. That
Hey,
is the
how's
question.
everybody doing? If I
Hold
could get in on this,
on,
hold on. If I could get in on this,
hold on. Just
and
hold on.
how's everybody?
And Knock, like you said,
Can you let
interest.
Marie come
It's
in?
all about
Oh,
interest.
goodness me. Who's
That's
this
what
guy?
it's about. Interest. If you
Can you let Marie come in? And let's have it one voice at a time. Marie.
well, also I want to say about the Sierra Leone citizenship. Um, they did not stop doing it. From what I heard, that they're changing the criteria, and like they're making it. From what I heard from diners, they're making it much harder to obtain citizenship, which I don't, which I can understand that if they want to make it a little hard. I understand that. I can understand that, but um they haven't stopped doing it from what I was told. So yes, I think they're gonna probably do it maybe um sometime later in the year or maybe next year, but they did not stop the citizenship, like, given like through the African ancestry. They didn't stop that. They're just changing the criteria. But also towards Nakamizi's comment saying that we just started liking African men. That's not true for me. And I mean, I can't speak for any other women. I've been liking African men since I was in middle school. So I just thought we were the same. I just thought they just had different accents, but I just thought we were the same. He's black, they're black, I'm black, but I I mean, I've been learning about different things since I was younger. I never had a problem with Africans. I just thought we were just all the same, just had different accents. So, I mean, everybody's different. I mean, I was raised differently. I mean, my mom, she wouldn't allow me to date any white men, bring any white men home and stuff like that. So everybody is raised differently. You can't just say, I mean, we're not a monolith. Every Black American is different. We raised up in different households and things like that. So you can't just, I don't know, we can't just stereotype all Black Americans. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I don't stereotype any all Black Americans, but I guarantee you this: how long have you been adopted by that tribe?
Um, since 2021.
2021. So that's about 3 years. Can you introduce yourself to us in their language?
No.
Give yourself the African pool, but you ain't really trying to be an African because it takes brain power for you to come out of your American skin and actually learn to try to be an African. You
Now,
playing
busy.
games.
A white guy does that. A white guy does that in a week.
It takes
Sabbatical.
time. I said
A
it
white
takes
guy speak
time.
African language in a week.
That's my point, bro. I knew she was gonna fall for it. Like, come on, this is the Dynasty Mir. She got the Dynasty Mir jump off, right? And they're going over there and they're trying to be African. Look, you'll never be accepted as an African there. Let's get that straight off the rip. And when we talk about what we're seeing on YouTube, and it's not everybody, I get that. But a lot of these people that's on YouTube, they're going there single, or they're older women with younger African men, right? Or they're older Black men with younger African women. Let's keep that 100, right? They're doing boreholes and trying to play save the poor African. That's why there's animosity. Like, come on, man. Like, y'all really want the truth or what?
Let
Well,
me
Listen to
get on
the
this.
African
No,
I'll
women
hold
say
on
on.
this.
Let
My
me let
man,
me
my man is older than me.
let me
He's a
just say
year
this. Let me just
older
say
than
this.
me.
One of the things that I don't know if anybody knew about it, but you know that in now Jude, he's from Cameroon, but I was doing some research. Did you guys know that in Cameroon there's a group of people called they're called the Anglo Cameroonians, and they literally actually have their own flag. They have their own national
Brother,
Cameroon. I
go
mean,
get
to
you
their
a
own
new
country.
internet, man.
Yeah. I'm not done. I'm not done, Jude. And actually, they want to separate from Cameroon, create their own nation,
Brother, that's not a new story, man. That has
and
been down for like 10 years,
based
bro. They have talked about that
based
story
around. Wait, I'm not
Judah,
done yet, Jude.
Judah, Judah, Judah,
You see how
please
defensive
let
he's
him talk.
getting. You see how defensive he's getting. Okay, they want to form their own country based on the fact that they speak the English language. Okay, and these are black Cameroonians. They look the same as all the other Cameroonians. They're not mulatto or anything like that. They look the same as all the other Cameroonians, but they have chosen to culturally identify with an Anglo language. And
Brother, do you know
so
what culturally identified is?
yeah,
What
I'm not
language do
finished.
you
And the
speak?
point I'm trying to make is
Oh,
this.
okay.
The point I'm trying to make is this: is there are Africans, okay, who are for all intents you know,
My brother,
it's just
you're
a
bugging.
byproduct
Internet.
You're
of
Yeah,
bugging.
yeah,
capitalism
yeah, yeah. Internet is messed up.
or whatever it is.
The,
But there are Africans there are Africans that are like that. So just because we look at them and we see we see them as black people just like us as black Americans. But you need to understand that just because we
brother,
identify with
you don't have a good
the
internet.
concept of a black race. So if you want to go in and
No,
respond, Judy, I would love to hear a response.
Guy, we can't
I,
hear half.
I just
We can't
found
hear.
out
Oh,
about the Anglo
we can't hear
Cameroonian.
half. Oh God.
3 weeks.
Yo, when can I jump in? When can Julia? When can Julia say something?
Let me give you a heads up as somebody who's from that area, right? I'm from that place that you call Ambaz. I speak 5 different languages, including English, French, and traditional languages that I speak. I speak 5, and if you want, I can speak it on this panel. The matter is you are communicating with me in English, right? It also tells me that the white man colonized you and gave you a language that you are speaking on this panel, and that is what happened on the African continent. Every African speak a colonial language. That's why everyone on this panel speak a colonial language. Now you're not gonna stop the Anglophones from not the Cameroonians from not speaking a colonial language that everybody speaks and everybody want to align with that language, right? So the matter of the fact is I like speaking English. I'm proud of it as well. You know, I like being closer to the white man, and you know, and I don't have any regret of it. So, and I also speak my tribal languages as well. And when I go home, I identify speaking my traditional language because that's what we speak with our parents. You know, but you cannot speak that. You can only speak one language. But it's not a matter of us. We do speak almost 5 or 6, maybe 10 to some people. You know, so that's what we still proud of, because even though we spoke English, but at the same time we kept our traditional language that we are still proud of. And
when can Julia jump in?
Yeah, Julia, come in.
Yeah. So I'll make this fairly brief. But I just want to say, these Black Americans, can you please stop romanticizing Africa? I mean, listen, if you go there, you're going to be seen as an outsider, and if you want to get treated well, do as other outside groups do, which is go as a unified group, bring money, and you'll be treated fairly well, like Chinese do, like whites do, like Indians do. And you know what they all do? They all have money, they all go as a group, and if you don't do that, don't go. You know, it's not that hard. If you want to maintain your culture, you could do exactly what all those other groups did. They came as a bag, they came as a group. If you don't do that, well, assimilate to the culture that you're going to and stop complaining, or don't go at all. To me, it seems so crazy. I will make such a complex thing and something so simple. You have 3 options, which I listed previously. Black Americans, pick one. It's not that hard. Stay in the West, go there as a group with money and be treated well, or don't go there with no group, no money, and assimilate to the culture. Those are your 3 options. I don't understand why it's so hard. And regarding Jude, listen, man, for a guy who criticizes these diasporans so much, if these Cameroonians speak all these languages, why is it such a poor country with such a low life expectancy, who's having issues and wars and conflict and all this crap? Why is Cameroon such a backwater?
Brother, Africa is not poor. We have land that our land
hold on. You talk too much sometimes. Just hold on 1 microsecond. Let me do a bit of
but he's doing conversation.
Hold on. Let me just do a bit of housekeeping. We welcome your voice, but you don't super chat. So let's acknowledge the people paying the rent here. So this is oh God. Can you
poor African.
yeah, 1 second. Let's acknowledge the people paying the rent here. The Kali Enigma. So he super chats to say, it says, I love Africa, but I am American. I am relocated to the southeast of the United States. Most Black Americans are relocating to the south, especially southern US states. So there he is right there, looking like an Igbo man, but telling us that he's very much an American. So thank you for that super chat. Keep them coming.
He looks like Tunisia.
Yeah, it looks like a younger, better looking version of, yes.
I never heard that before.
Sorry, back to the conversation. Back.
One question. What is your cut? How much does Kaizo give you?
I don't even get the cut. Nobody super chats me, but Kaizo is making me read all these things like I'm a slave or something. You see how I get treated around here?
All right, and here's another thing.
Let me change what I said when I actually super chatted. So what I'm saying is the truth. There was what we called a great migration reverse that is taking place right now, where Black Americans are moving from places like New York, California, Michigan, Nebraska, all these different locations, and relocating to places like North Carolina, Maryland, South Carolina, Georgia, Mississippi, Louisiana. And so the population of Black folks is starting to grow because when we were brought over, that's where we settled in at, or that's where we were brought to. And that's where the majority of Black Americans live right now anyway, is in the South. And so it makes sense because there's more opportunities for Black folks in the South than in other parts of the country. So yeah, moving to the South and those locations, it doesn't take much for Black Americans to become the majority, and that's where we can hand out reparations to ourselves if we become the majority in states like Louisiana, Alabama,
Yeah.
Georgia, South Carolina, Delaware, right?
Sorry,
Maryland.
are you not just going to end up ghettoizing those spaces like you ghettoize everywhere else? If
Oh,
you
ghettoizing. Okay.
if you move en masse to one
You
place,
mean like your homeland, your country,
you tend to ghettoize it ultimately, don't you?
like your country, right?
My country, Nigeria.
Oh yeah, like ghettoizing like that.
No. Nigeria is
Oh,
not a
yeah,
ghetto.
no, because you're taking a shot to Black America, so I definitely got to talk
No,
about
I'm,
like your place.
Nah, he shits on everyone. He shits
Yo,
on me.
Cali, this guy is from a tribe that has one of the most
50.
popular people's name is Bo Brisky. He's a Nigerian transvestite from the Yoruba kingdom. So just don't pay him anymore.
Nick, don't forget to open defecation.
You seem to know quite a lot about that. Nak, should we be? Is there something you want to confess? Are you somewhat? Are you?
No, that Bo Brisky is your people, right? Embrace that man. No digging.
Exactly.
Well, RuPaul is your people. RuPaul is your people.
No. RuPaul is just he's a Nigerian.
Yeah.
But you know what, Judah, you have all this bad stuff to say about African Americans or Black Americans, but why isn't your country well off?
There's no country in Africa that's well off.
You have
Just
Can I say
how do
something
you
really
guys?
quick?
Hey, Snema, hold on. How do you guys judge wealth in America? Or most of
why you have all this stuff to say about us, but why is your country not well off?
most
So
of us in Africa, we compared wealth based on the piece of land you have.
You think
Hold on. Let me answer that
but your
question.
country's not even well off. So just stop.
Exactly.
Even
And
not
this is
true.
Do you want to compare Sierra Leone to Cameroon? Do you want to compare Sierra Leone to?
Hold on. Marie, are you talking about his country specifically, or you're talking about, because Nigeria, as you may not know, is the top 25 biggest economies in the world, projected to be a top 5 economy within 30-40 years. So I'm not quite sure. Maybe
Yeah, and I guess it's because of Yoruba.
I'm talking about his country because he's sitting here talking about African Americans and all the stuff that we have going on. But if you look at his country, he's so smart and he's so better than all of us. Why is his country? Why? I'm just saying, why is it not well off? Why are some Cameroonians coming?
Cameroon is well off comparing Cameroon to Sierra Leone.
Let me answer that and I'll shut up. His country has a 91-year-old president who has been president of that country for 45 years. 45 years.
One man, shut up. Comparing Cameroon to Sierra Leone is a disaster. I mean.
No, but guys, one thing I understand.
Mary, hey, let me make this point to. Come on, man. Mary addressed me. Let me answer her. Look, you cannot compare Cameroon to Sierra Leone. Cameroon beat Sierra Leone by far. Sierra Leoneans, they come to Cameroon to do prostitution. They come to Cameroon to do prostitution. When Cameroon hosted the African Cup of Nations, a lot of their compatriots, a lot of their women stayed in Cameroon because they saw light and never went back to their country. Ask them, So, and we also measure wealth in Cameroon based on land. Our land in Cameroon is more wealthier than you guys' currency in America. So that's what we measure wealth. We don't measure it by the number of cars you got or by your lifestyle. We do it by
Well, I really don't care because no one is better than anyone. No one's better than anyone. I don't know who you think you're talking to, but no one is better than anyone.
Can I cuss out Jude for a second? Jude, let's be perfectly honest. If you cared so much about your homeland, you wouldn't have moved in the first place. So you moved to America and you bash people who live in America. But if you cared so much about the infiltration of all these LGBTQ and all these harmful Western ideologies in Cameroon, you would be there trying to stop it. You would have stayed in there. But instead, you decided to move. Now, of all your 5 languages, of all
Brother,
this
we don't
land
have
that's
that
so
stuff in Cameroon. Go and Google that law in Cameroon and find out. In the twinkle of an eye, you can get killed. I don't want to say it, but go and Google the law on that stuff and find. Tell me later.
So why the worry? Why were you complaining about how many Black Americans could potentially enter wonderful West Africa? That so many people
Yeah, but they are
want to
contaminating
so
Ghana,
many,
they are
so many, so
contaminating
many,
Uganda, they are
so many.
contaminating Sierra Leone, they are
So
contaminating a lot of African countries.
and see,
Judah, what the fuck are you talking about?
can I just say something quickly? African Americans, please see the way that he uses the word contaminate. Now he sees you as a virus, as a potential threat to his homeland, and you want to go back to a place full of people where you will encounter people very much like this guy in there in Africa, a very tribal, divided continent for the most part, particularly the sub-Saharan part, right? And you want to go back in there where you're going to meet people like Jude, who will not see you as one of them, who will see you as a walking ATM machine. And you guys think it's a smart move to try and ingratiate yourself with these people in that land. You deserve everything you get.
Yeah, but Julia, that is
99.9. Let me say 99.999999999% of us do not have any interest in moving to Africa. I'm just telling you straight up. That's just you're looking at like 3 Black folks who want to actually move to Africa, bro.
That's
A lot of
not
us
even
want to take
that.
vacations there, but have no interest in actually living there.
Hold on. Before the conversation, very shortly, before the conversation, Judah is not speaking for the Amazonian hierarchy. He's not even high into Amazonian hierarchy. So using Judah as a person who has no authority in his own little ethnic conclave is ridiculous. I just wanted to say, Judah is no type of influential leader. He's just a guy living in America complaining on YouTube.
This is where I disagree because I've met plenty of Africans.
Yeah, but once again, I saying he's not the leadership. Do you think when Judah returns to Amazonia, he can even talk to the leadership of Amazonia?
Not, because if he was, he wouldn't have left.
Well, can I say this? People are saying the reason why some African Americans they don't understand the reason why we want to go and integrate and deal with people like Judah. Maybe I have so much of a strong African connection because me finding out that my 5th great grandparents, they were born in Africa. My 5th great grandmother, she was born in 1795, and she was born in the area called Upper Guinea, and that's where like the Malinke and the Bendinka people live. And I was told that my 5th great grandmother was Mendinka, so maybe that's why
How did she end up on the boat?
But maybe that's why I have that strong connection.
How did she end up on the boats? Let's talk about that part. Let me just talk about how did she end up on the boats? Who grabbed her? At what age
Another
was
tribe
she grabbed?
The slave trade.
Yeah, exactly. And you want to go back to a place where your ancestors could have been 14, 12, 10 years of age when they got dabbled up and taken away.
Yeah, because she wants to connect to the house that was faster than her ancestors. Because one thing you must understand, there are a lot of relatives who are still in Africa because their legs were longer than their ancestors who got caught. Straight up.
Exactly. I mean, okay, maybe I haven't learned the language yet, but I will get there. But it doesn't hurt for me. It does. I don't see anything wrong with me wanting to learn about
Marie,
the African group.
many people have moved past slavery. You identify by your country of
Look,
nationality.
Judah, I don't
You
give a
were
fuck
born an
what you
American.
say. I don't
You're an
give a fuck what you
American. There's
say.
nothing like
I don't
DNA
care what you
result
have
or
to
whatever.
say.
You
Stop
know,
talking to me.
I'm
Man, I
just saying
think
that's the
Judah,
truth.
I
I
think you
mean,
need
we
an
don't
Octorock
identify by
avatar.
DNA. We don't
I think you need an
identify people.
Octorock avatar.
Can I say
Straight up.
something? We don't identify people in the world based on DNA result. We identify based on nationality. Are you an American? Are you a Sierra Leonean?
I do
Are you
not
a
care what
Cameroonian?
you
Are
have
you a
to say,
Nigerian?
Judah.
That's what we identify with.
Hold on.
Judah, I don't care what you have to say. I have a right to want to learn about my African roots. I
So
don't
she
care what
cannot
you have
meet her
to
cousin,
say.
Judah. She cannot meet her cousin in Africa. Is that now forbidden?
I mean, she has a right to. I mean, if she's a Sierra Leonean, yeah. I mean, she says that's good. But saying that I'm identifying with Sierra Leone based on DNA, it makes no sense because there's
But she
nothing as
said
DNA
she
identification.
found her family, literally her genetic family, and has contact with her family. Are you saying African Americans are not allowed to visit their family in Africa because you
No,
say so?
slave trade is way gone. People have forgotten. People have moved on, man. Nobody
Yeah,
is
but
talking
when
about
she
slavery
found your
anymore.
family, Judah, like in her case, and she reconnects with her family, are you saying she's not allowed to do it, Judah?
Bro, she's allowed. I mean, that's on her. But me saying that I identify, if I was the one in Africa saying that, oh, I have a lost brother who was identified by slavery. Come on, man. It makes no sense to me.
Once
I mean, how
again,
many years identifying?
genetic.
No, come on.
Hold on. She just did a genetic test and found her relatives. That's what.
Yeah,
That's
but
what.
I mean,
That's what orphan kids do too. Hold on.
hey,
Orphan.
Snake man, go and stay with her, man. I don't
I'm
abide by
not
that
saying it. I'm just
stuff,
trying
man.
to
Take
understand
her
your
to
logic.
Nigeria,
No,
even.
hold on. They
You
don't
know.
understand your logic. She said she's reconnecting with her biological family. Who are you to deny it?
That's good. I'm not denying it. That's good. I mean, that's
You're
on
literally
Sierra Leone
doing
to
it
deny it
right
or not.
now.
I mean, she should identify by whatever she call herself, but it's none of my business anyway. But I'm
But
talking
you make it your
generally.
business. You did it for
I- I'm
really
I'm
2 hours.
making a general statement that Africans should stop giving citizenship
Hey,
to
sis,
people
you
that
see that? Just pay
identify
attention to this.
themselves with DNA.
Don't forget
It
about
makes
your own
no
ethnic
sense.
group. You know what I'm saying?
You know.
You still one of us. You know what I'm saying? Don't forget about your own ethnic group, Black American. Be proud of that. You know what I'm saying? Our ancestors are long removed. You know what I'm saying? Our ancestors, they were these people. You know, these tribe members. We're not. We are our own tribe. We're our own ethnic group.
And that
You
is
don't have
okay,
to be a
but
part of them.
And in Cali,
Don't. You got to get past
Mr.
that part.
Cali,
You know what I'm saying? It's cool. Connect with your family. If you want to do that, you want to go learn the language and the culture. But remember, you are a part of a prominent group and be proud of that group. You know what I'm
Exactly,
saying?
which is American, and that's their nationality. You know.
and that is
yeah, in
okay.
Cali, I do understand that. I understand, like, yeah, we do have a culture and things like that, but it doesn't hurt. Like, for me, like, I understand what you're saying. I know you're saying I'm not, but what I'm saying, I just want to learn about, like,
But what he's
my
saying doesn't make sense, though. Let's just be clear: the Black American, they are not a racial type, they are not an ethnic group, they are not an anything other than
Who's not an ethnic group?
You are not an
Yes, we
ethnic
are.
group. What's your
We're not
ethnicity?
you. We're our
Yeah,
own
no,
ethnic group. Black
no,
American, African American is an ethnic group. Look it up.
no, just settle your
We
mind
got our
down.
own culture.
Just take. You don't
Yeah,
have.
we have, and you guys, a lot of
What
y'all
culture?
indulge in our culture.
Well, look, just settle down. Look,
I mean, in all technicality, okay.
Hold on. I am genetically related to y'all, though. You West
No,
African.
forget
I'm genetically related
that
to you. That's
doesn't
it.
matter.
You're a
That
distant,
doesn't matter.
relative.
nobody cares about that. You're not an ethnic group. You're not a
Yes, we
racial
are.
type. You are
Yes,
not
we are.
an
We're our own
anything.
ethnic group. We're not you.
You're not an
We're
ethnic
not you.
group.
We're our own group.
No, you are not.
We're not
Though, are
you. We're not you.
No, but
He's
you
not
are.
saying that you are me. He's not
We are
saying
our
that.
own
He's saying
ethnic group.
no. What you
Yes,
don't
it is.
understand?
By
He's
definition,
basically
Black American, African American is our own ethnic group.
what he's basically
what
he's basically saying you don't have really anything to identify as an ethnic group. What is a lie?
Yes, we do.
Yeah, no. He's
Look
just
it
capping.
up. Look it up. Go. Hold on. I want you to Google this. I don't care about your opinion. Google what an African American is. Google if African Americans are an ethnic group. Google it.
Yes, they are an ethnic group. He's just capping because do you know why he goes after African rules? You must not have a leader to be an
Snake
ethnic
man,
group.
why allow one man to talk? Are you one man piece? He doesn't mean like that. One man doesn't know what he's saying.
Judah, shut the fuck up and clap for the white man.
An ethnic group in America.
Judah,
if you want
clap
to
was a white
identify
man
with
and shut the fuck up. Literally, just clap was a white man.
Snake man, they identify themselves as ethnic group in America.
One man speak, so you let him speak as well. All I'm saying is these Black Americans, they're just a subsect of Black Africans. They're nothing more than there's nothing else that defines them outside of that. You know, so you're not some new type from the heaven sort of people. You are a subset of Black Africans. You are like
No,
you are like a
no,
watered
man. There
down
are different
version.
set of
You are like
set
a
of
watered.
African Americans in
Oh,
America.
okay, let me
You
just
are
finish.
just putting them in the
Look,
same box. They are
yes,
different
you
set
just
of people.
yes, you talk a lot and you don't let other people speak. What's your issue, man? Actually, let me just leave. I cannot abide this rowdiness.
Okay, the tea and crumpets are gone.
But what the guy doesn't understand is there are different set of African Americans in America. They are the ones that identify themselves as native to America. You know, they were there before slavery. They are ones that call themselves Edos. They believe that they became, you know, they are descendants of slavery. They are the ones that call themselves FBA or whatever. You know, so I mean, you cannot just zoom everyone in the box and say, oh, they are a subset of Africans. It makes no sense because there are some that are not from Africa as well. You
He
know,
does that. He does that
That's not
because
true.
no.
All of us
One man.
descendants
One man does
from Western
that. One man
geography.
does that. Okay, one man does that because he goes after African logic. Because Black Americans don't have a clear hierarchy, don't have a leadership. They're not an ethnic group. What is absolutely retarded. That is basically his thinking piece. You don't have a clear structure. You're not an ethnic group.
Nope. I just posted it in the goddamn chat room. We are an ethnic group.
I know that because I go for culture.
We got our
One
own
man
culture.
goes to.
We got our own culture.
Yeah, I know. One man goes after leadership and structure. That's why he said, we're not an ethnic group because you don't have a leader. You don't have a leader because when you don't have a leader, you're not an ethnic group.
Can I say something real quick? Hey, we're our ethnic group. But Marie just stepped off. But what I understand, City of Truth, why can't she be proud to be, you know what I'm saying, an African and an African American? She's both. You know what I'm saying? She should be proud of her history in Africa and her African American history. Hell, we should be proud of any Black history, to be honest with you, because, you know, globally, you know what I'm saying, we're Black as a group. So yeah, I'm proud of my African American history. Yeah, but I'm proud of Ghanaian history. I'm proud of Nigerian history. Hey, you know what I'm saying? The accomplishments. I'm proud of their accomplishments. I'm proud of Kenyan history. You know what I'm saying? I'm proud of the accomplishments of Kenya because I look at myself as Black, as a global Black person. Now, a lot of Pan Africans do that, you know, and I'm one of them. So I don't see no reason why she can't, you know, go back and to the home of her ancestors and partake in their culture, and also, you know, keep her culture as well. I mean, that's just my opinion, though. But I think it's too divisive when we do all this. You know, this person, this person is not that. Go ahead.
Bro, I respect that the lady that was here before. What was her name again? That Sierra Leonean fiance,
Marie.
Marie. She's very consistent. I think she's honest, she's genuine. I think what Kali Enigma and Nagmizi just came here to establish, to me, is very shocking. Because Kali Enigma have been in the show of the other lady who looked far more, even more than Latino, but claiming Black American. You all call her sister, but Filippo, far more, even darker than that lady. You just said, no, you ain't Black. You ain't Black, man. That would shock me.
Kidola, which lady is that?
I'll say the truth. I thought you was. I was talking to about the other guy, but I see what you're saying.
Mega. Is it Mega somebody?
Mega. Oh, okay.
Mega Mott, whatever her name is there.
Yeah.
Kind of like me now is a friend to that.
Yeah, because she talks that American, that she talks that, you know, that hood talking, man.
Yeah, but that lady is far more. That lady can pass as a white woman compared to Filippo is even darker.
Yeah, but Filippo doesn't talk that hood talking. He talks like a white. You know, if you live in America, there are certain. If you listen to how blacks speak, you know, you go by the kind of, you know, some kind of speak like white. You know, like descent, like some that were adopted by white people. You know, they kind of speak like that educative kind of the way they make their sentences. You know, Megan speak like a hood white black. So she aligns, you know, with the talking way. So, you know, they will look up to her like a sister than the black person that speaks some kind of soft and, you know, white. And that's just it.
No. First of all, just because Felipe speaks clear English doesn't mean he talks white. You know, when we say people talk white, it's like a, you know, maybe like a slang, a white slang that they use. You know what I mean? Or they try.
No, come on, man. I went to school here. I know what.
Felipe sounds like a black man that can pronounce his words good. You know what I mean? What's the difference from him talking in, let's say Malcolm X or any type of professor? You know what I mean? Black professor. Are you saying any black professor that has a big vocabulary, that professor is talking white?
Okay, see, if Felipe talk more like a very highly educated person, you can see that he's a lawyer, the way he channels information out. But that sister of Kali Enigma and Nakmizi, she says she's a liar, but she talk like a street human being, somebody from the ghetto. You understand me? How can you be a lawyer sometime and she can lie also a lot? You understand?
A street monkey. What the fuck?
Who's a street monkey?
What did you? That's what you just said. That's what it sounds like you said.
No, I said she talk like a street ghetto, not monkey.
A street ghetto.
Yeah, I don't use monkey for nobody. You know, for anybody.
Yeah, you said, yeah. We said you talk like look at you. See how
No. I said Filippo is I like, because Filippo is a black, but it's an African man.
See, Cadola, what's going on?
That bush.
It's an African man, and I see him as an African man. I see Marisha as an African, because you know she's very passionate about it. She loves a part of her great grandmother. She even have a African fiance. You know, there are some. You know, look, let's just be honest. But there are some ones that person like Zola. Isn't Zola have a problem with Africans? I don't know. You say it's partly Kenya. I don't believe that. Zola will come me here and say whatever he want to say. Look, Zola, if your Jamaican mother or whatever it is, that's what I said, not just only Black American, we have to extend it also to some part of Caribbeans also. Zola will not come here. Africa, this special, Zola hates special West Africans. If West African intimidate you, Zola, you have to understand, we don't give a damn really how you feel, how you think about us. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, Kidola, so you don't care about Zulia? I mean, she is from Kenya. Or is he?
You know, he said his mother. You know, he would say he's Caribbean. At first, he didn't want to talk about Africa. He's from the Caribbean side. Maybe his mother is telling him a lot of things when he was born, or maybe the bread and the biscuits or whatever he's eating in England. Maybe
about West Africa.
About West Africa, kind of like they bash him there, or what the West Africa were doing to him. That I really don't understand. What we're talking about is not really is something that really, yes, Jude, let's just be honest. Majority of Black Americans are not coming to Africa. That's just the truth. They're not coming.
Yeah, they are not coming, but that's a good thing. But the ones that are coming are preaching a lot of kind of. I mean, come on, man. Look, man.
You talking about a fringe? Are you talking about a fringe or a percentage of Black Americans coming to the continent of Africa? I mean, most Black Americans, if they do go, a lot of Black Americans want to go see Africa, but as far as vacation, not as far as
you know what are coming. You know what I'm saying? They don't have money. People like Felipe,
they don't have money.
No, a lot of us do have money. Don't.
Oh, come on! What kind of money you guys? You guys go with credit card, borrowed money in America.
You think that most Black people are on welfare?
Well,
huh?
Yeah, you believe that?
The majority of Americans.
What you mean? I believe I live in America. I mean, despite the fact that white people are the majority. Let me finish. White people are the majority in terms of population, so you might say they are in welfare because they are the majority population. But when it comes to proximity, blacks, the number of blacks in welfare are more than white. I'm not talking about based on the general population. When it comes to proximity in the city, blacks, majority of them are in welfare.
Well, that's a clear thing, Judah.
Exactly. I mean, come on, man. Most of the blacks that are going in Africa, actually, most of the blacks that are going in Africa, most of them do not even have more than $10,000 in their account.
Judah, that's a lot. Most Black Americans that come to Africa, they're either middle class or they get some money. Why would you be? You've been to America. You know you in America, right?
Middle class, but they don't have up to $10,000 in their account. Come on, man.
You don't even make any sense if you're poor to go to Africa. Because you better off trying to get in the middle class in America than you is in Africa. So what makes
now let's compare that to how many Africans got money? How many?
But what the hell are you talking about? Africans in America go to Africa at least every year. What the hell are you talking about?
Money? How many Africans have money? Period.
The richest blacks in the world are Africans.
No. What percentage of Africans are living in poverty?
No, I'm telling you that.
What
is the population of African Americans? The population of African Americans is like 40 million.
Africans are living in poverty.
Judah,
let me finish. What is the population of African Americans? 40 million. What is the population of Africans? Let me finish. What is the population of Africans? Let me finish.
Are majority of Africans living in poverty?
The population of Africa is almost 1.something billion.
Yeah.
Now comparing 1.something billion to 40 million people. Come on, man. There are more rich Africans than rich African Americans. That's a fact.
Poverty. I didn't ask you that. I asked you, do the majority of Africans live in poverty?
Majority of African Americans live on welfare. What the hell are you talking about? Only few blacks are rich.
Not live on welfare. Majority of Africans are living in poverty.
Of course, yeah. Only few of them that are in the entertainment industry are rich. Come on, man.
Doing better than Africans, right?
Oh no, shut up. If the whites are the ones feeding you guys here in America, man.
Our tiny percentage of the black world, African Americans, overall, we're doing better than most Africans, right?
The number of rich Africans are more than the population of richer black Americans. That's a fact.
True or false? Out of that 40 million, that tiny percentage, majority of us
out of 40 million African Americans, only 2% are rich. That's a fact.
So is it a true or false? Are most African Americans doing better than the majority of Africans? True or false?
No, that's a false statement.
Oh, so more Africans. I'm talking about percentage-wise. More Africans are doing better than African Americans.
Exactly. Over 80% of Africans are doing great.
How do you calculate? Hold on. How do you calculate
that number?
How do you calculate you do better than Africans? How do you calculate? Is it by money, or is it the money you borrow in the bank, or is it the credit card debt you have it, or is it you have your own personal house that you can pass to your children? What mean by better off? That's what I want to understand, because when you start calculating,
45% of Africans live in poverty.
No, hold on. When you say those, you talking about financial aspect of what? If
you
talking
about people on welfare, 23%.
Hold on, because it's good to say
overall African Americans are doing better than Africans.
Okay, let's assume you live in the United States. Have you ever seen what called the Walking Dead? You know, the one that walk but never really achieve nothing really.
Exactly. They talk about work, but they cannot.
Okay. I'm back. What did I miss? I'm back. What did I miss?
They cannot hold it. You are rich, but there's nothing. The white man controls all the wealth you claim you own. You cannot build nothing out of it. You cannot take it to Africa. You cannot. You talk down on them. They take it down like what they did to Kanye West and the others. And come on, man. Is that what you call wealth? In Africa, people own wealth. You can see it on the land they own. You can see the cars they buy cash. You can see the things they do in public. Come on, man. What is this guy talking about? Come on.
What are you talking about, Judah? Really?
I told you, Judah is just an African version of
because when I say there is this, you see the way Kanye West almost ruled himself. For 1.something billion to 400 million,
exactly.
For 400 million to 100 million.
Because he doesn't own it, Kidola. They don't own it.
if Africa man says something like that, you try to shake him, he will pick his money and transfer everything to Africa, and he will go back there and start living like a lord. That's where we roll. It's not by you look better, but your credit card is on debt. Your every time you have a letter, your bank is telling you didn't pay this month, your mortgage or something you
They
borrowed.
don't even own their own cars. Their celebrities don't even own their own cars. Go to Africa and see cars that are owned by celebrities. They bought cash. Come on, man. Come on. I mean, this guy.
For cash, ain't nothing to buy a car for cash. Just buy cash. You don't think no celebrities bought car cash?
Oh, come on now. Most of them do not even own their cars cash in America. What the heck?
What? I own the title to my vehicle.
That's nothing. You know.
Okay. Did you even want to
And I
pull
own
up
my own
stats?
business.
Hold on. Do we want to start pull up stats, or do you want to continue?
You own it. You own your car title. Yeah, I mean, we Africans own our own car title as well.
Look up the top 10 wealthiest black people in the world. 5 of those 10 are going to be African American.
Out of the top 15, it was like 11 to 12 were Black American. One was Caribbean, and the others were Nigerian.
Are you talking about blacks in the world? The richest blacks in the world?
Globally. Out of the top 15.
Oh, come on, man. Come on, man. What the hell are you talking about? That's a false statement.
Second one is
just Google it.
Under what's his name? The second one is the African American. We got them in order.
The problem
Number
with
2,
America is
Robert Smith. That's African American. David Stewart, African American.
Okay.
Then we got a Nigerian. We got another Nigerian. Then we got Michael Jordan, Oprah Winfrey. Then we got another African.
See, they are rich men. They don't even own anything to count. What does Oprah Winfrey own? What business is he employing people for? Come on, man.
African American, majority African American, bro.
Hold on.
What company is Oprah Winfrey employing people for?
Can you post the link into back chat? Okay, Judah, continue.
What company is Oprah Winfrey employing people for? These people they talk about, see, their celebrities do not employ anybody. They live hand to mouth. Come on, man.
You think you just made a billion just talk for talk shows? Come on, man.
Come on.
Use your brain. You
guys don't own anything to look. That's why when I see an African saying that, we should look up to African American, I'm like, what the heck are you looking up to? A people that they basically own nothing. I mean, they don't own no car money. They don't own no car manufacturing plant. They don't own no car manufacturing plant. They don't own no warehouse. They don't own anything as a business. And you want to look up to people that have never
we don't own no warehouse. That's bullshit.
Come on, man. Come on.
That's bullshit.
When I found out is it, Zola left. Zola, I understand your mother from somewhere, St. Kitts, whereby Caterpillar can't even revise in that island. You know, I think you have a problem with somehow inferiority complex, Zola. If you have to check the billionaires in Nigeria, what we call billionaires, we're not talking about audio money. See, American money can be audio money. It can be money like what they say, West is worth more than 1 billion plus. But out of the blue, it can fall to 50 million, just like that. When they say Dangote worth about 20 billion plus, Dangote can go to the bank in Nigeria and pin at least $1 billion out of that account. Dangote can go to the bank and bring up 5 billion. We go more with fiscal cash. So when we say Dangote worth 25 billion, Dangote can bring in $10 billion out. But what I noticed with American money is this. It seems like it's audio type of money. Money that they can say it what. But okay, my friend, can you bring in 500 million? No. Puffy now that is in trouble now, they say Puffy worth 1.something billion. But before you know, no, you just worth 100 million. Just what happened to Kanye West kind of give up an example like, okay, this is just audio money. This is not really money. You can talk of money, real money. You understand me? You know,
okay,
so
Kaizo, can you go down, Kaizo? Can you go down to the African American have a point? They are basically a little bit over the half of all the billionaires, black billionaires, down to 2024, please. Here Here's the list. It's a little bit big, but the majority, like a little bit over the half, or exactly the half of all black billionaires in the world are American.
Okay, did they have a bow there that was made in Nigeria? Did that guy worth about 10 billion?
Yes, that means as the richest one. The richest one is Dangote, because there's Oprah Winfield, and compares that to Dangote. Once again.
Compare the richest black man. What does he own? What businesses does he have? That's what I'm saying. Compared to Dangote, who owns refinery, what does the richest black man? What does he own?
Dude, yeah, he don't give a fuck what you talking about. He got that.
How many people has he employed? Dangote is employed over 1 million people.
And shout out to you bringing up that brother right there. This brother Robert Smith paid for the tuition of a whole graduating class at what's the name of the goddamn HBCU?
I'm not talking about paying tuition. What company is he employing people?
He paid for the entire debt. Shout out to
what company does he own that is employing people, man?
Let Magnesium. I just wanted to bring up the stats because I am stats.
What is this?
Morehouse, my bad, Morehouse.
What is is paying that debt for tax return? We know how it goes. Those debts
exactly.
It doesn't matter.
What company is he employing? That's what I'm saying. What company does he own that is employing over 1 million people? That's what I want to find out. You cannot just be paying people's tuition. What are you? I mean, you have to teach people how to catch fish than giving them fish. I mean, he is giving them fish. Is he teaching them how to catch fish?
Why are you still arguing? We have the list right there. So the Black American brother has a point. Most billionaires are Black American. Now, if it comes to the actual wealth, that is also a discussion. I don't get what the argument is.
Okay, Snake Man. What company does he own that is employing over 1 million people like Dangote, who owns a refinery?
Dangote is just one. Well. We see his wealth there. He is extremely wealthy. We get it. But the majority of billionaires are American. Black American.
Yeah, but there's nothing to show for. Their money is in audio money, like Idola said. Once they talk down on the white man is gonna take it from them, and they're gonna go to zero.
I just wanted to point out the British brothers are very lacking. Like shout out to the British brothers. You're lacking. We need more British brothers. It's billions.
I don't even see British black at all.
Right. Hold on. Snake Man, if you remove entertainment and sports, then the list reads differently. So you have Michael Jordan. So of course we know what he is. You have Oprah Winfrey. We know what she is. You have Jay-Z. So you have LeBron James, Magic Johnson, so those sort of names. So if you remove sports and entertainment from it, the list reads differently.
Well, once again, it's just about some money. I don't care how they do it.
Yeah, but today's argument is hold on. Today's argument is there is no productivity behind the wealth.
No, they got businesses. Each one that you name got extra businesses. They have to after sport, after entertainment, how to keep the money going. You don't get businesses. You understand what I'm saying? You invest. They got investments. That's why they're billionaires.
Yeah, and once again, the argument was the amount of black billionaires in the world with ethnicity. The majority are Black Americans. If you want to argue how do they make some money or how much money they have, that is a whole nother topic. You can have that. But at this point, I just say that is just dick measuring contest. Like straight up, the question was how many black billionaires American are winning with a gold medal. That's it. Yeah, the British brothers must step up the game, like straight up.
Hold on. The white billionaires we know actually. Judah is right. If we talk about white billionaires,
the German brothers, where are they? Where are the German brothers? Where are you on this list, Snake Man?
We are not that old. German black people are not that old. Like straight up, we are not 100 years in a country.
Look, Snake Man, the list you brought, there are some Igbo men. Their names are not here. Who worth about 4 point something billion? Person like Oberto. You understand? I think Adenuga, even what that second guy, richest guy in Nigeria, which is Adenuga, the other Awosama, some of their what more than this, but we could see what they're doing anyway. But the truth of the matter, Judah is right. We're not seeing productivities. What we're seeing somehow can be audio money. Why in Nigeria you cannot become a billionaire with an audio voice? You understand me? With audio voice, oh, he's billionaire because he have something that they say, man, what up to that level? No, it's not going like that.
Don't say that yet. It's coming. You got Afro beats, it's coming. All you got when you get that money, if you got enough to flip it.
So we just have to understand. Okay, we praise them. That's good. They are part of the black race we want to talk about. I'm not really seeing no British person. That's a Zola runoff. The British guy that come here. I'm not seeing no British guy in that list.
Those are two.
Where
but
they from?
I think they're Arab. One is Jamaicans, also one is an Arab country.
No, the Jamaica guy living that will be somewhere in America or somewhere in the island. I will never stay in Britain, man.
There's no such thing as a pure British billionaire. Doesn't exist. There's no such thing as.
What I mean, at least you say, okay, this guy living. Okay, America is different from England because some of them carry with their nationality where they're from.
It's okay. Judah loves ethnic gangbanging. I ain't seen nobody from Cameroon on that list.
What the hell are you talking about from Cameroon?
Then you hanging on David T's nuts and shit when you trying to prove a point.
Bro, they don't have to be from Cameroon. But what I'm saying is the rich people in Cameroon are more productive. They have companies that are employing people in Cameroon. Your own people are not employing your own people. That's why Black Americans are the biggest unemployment people in America. And that's a fact.
Neck very shortly. One man don't want you up. One man don't want you up, and Kaiser's not there. So,
Sningman, another point that I wanted to make. Another point. Let me finish. Another point that I wanted to make is. Another point that I wanted to make is when Africans came to America, we used to call ourselves African Americans because we are from the African continent. Now, African Americans, the ones that they call Black Americans, stole that name. We cannot use it anymore. Now we went to call ourselves diaspora. We're calling ourselves diaspora because we were the Africans that come to America and live. We call ourselves African there. Now African Americans have also taken the name diaspora. Now it's rather unfortunate that we don't have another name to call ourselves to differentiate from the Black Americans because now they want to claim calling themselves African American, calling themselves diasporas. It makes no sense to us, man. I mean, come on.
Judah, you know how we should follow you? It's no reason because you don't believe that you're smart. Black African people are smart at all. You always talk about.
Oh no, you guys are not, man. If you guys were smarter, you guys will have fought for your own country and take it over. But you never fought for your own independence.
That's what your main subject is. White people are smart Africans. But why would anybody listen to you?
Yeah, you never fought for your own. You never fought for your own independence, man. You cannot be smart because when smart blacks were fighting for their independence, chasing out the white man, you guys are not fighting for.
Your country is indirectly run by white folks, so why you acting like
that? Guys, my American brothers, Judah is just an African version of Uncle Ruckus. If you don't realize it.
Here's the funny thing about
we know. Let me just say this. Let me respond real quick, man. Judah, as long as I've known Judah, all I've ever seen him do is troll and antagonize Black Americans. He claims he's making all this money with the white man, and he wants to make the white man's money, but I mean,
I prefer the white man because when I came to United States, the white man was the one that brought me here. When I went to the embassy, I only saw white people. It tells me it was a white man's country. It tells me it was a white man's country. When I came to United States, the white man was the one that welcomed me and said, "Welcome to America. Welcome to my country." The white man welcomes me.
You should go to the store and buy a big bag of flour and just take it home and dump it on yourself and walk around like that.
Why? I mean, I live in a white country. Why should I do that? White people do not do that.
Just walk around like that.
Yeah, I mean, white people have a culture that are aligned with. They are soft-spoken. They know what they want. They build stuff.
Look, I don't want to hear
They
all
have
that
things that they have
bullshit.
done.
I
They
don't
have
want to
a
hear
track
that.
record.
I don't
White
want to
people
hear
have a
that
track record of
African
what they have
ruckus
done. They have built. You
babble.
can
That's just
actually see it
babble.
manifesting. I
I
mean,
don't
black
want to
people
hear
do not
that
have a
babble,
track
man.
record of what they have built. You ask a black,
We come up here
person,
to
what
have
have you
serious
built? They
conversations
did around the bush.
about
Oh, we did
Africa,
this, we did that,
and you
we
sit
did
up here
that.
and just babble.
There's nothing to count for. Come
That's
on,
just
man.
African nigga babble.
Judah, go to the middle of Indiana and walk around there and see how much they love you.
I used to live in Indianapolis, 46268. That was my zip code. Indianapolis, Indiana. I used to live there. I even went up to Gary, Indiana. Come on, man. There's no place in Indianapolis that I've not lived in. I've lived in mostly all the towns, all the cities in Indiana.
Judah, Indianapolis, the reason why you ain't got home because of black people there.
Oh, come on.
Come on. Go a little bit up. Go a little bit up. They hang black people for fun. They won't be like,
Bro,
oh,
let me tell you. Let me tell you, I've lived in the sundown cities. Let me tell you what you don't understand, right? Only black Americans are scared of sundown cities. An African have no problem with a sundown city. Guess what? We dress nice. We don't have problems with the laws. We have a driver's license. That's what I'm telling you. Only criminals have problems with sundown cities. We Africans do not, because we we have a driver's license. Everything is intact.
Judah, when you come here, you come and integrate with us. You come in our neighborhood.
Hell nah. I integrate with a white man, man. I don't integrate with black Americans. Come on, man. What the hell are you talking about? I integrate with white people, not with a black man.
Everybody else went to Harlem, they went to Chicago, they went to Houston in black neighborhoods.
No Africans coming to America, we integrate with black Americans. That's a fact. Every African that comes to America does not integrate with African Americans. Come on, man. Come on, man. That's dope, man. That would never happen.
No, I know too many neighborhoods. That's with black and African Americans and Jamaicans and everything.
Those are Jamaicans. Africans will not come to America and integrate with African Americans. That's disaster, bro. They're not gonna live long if they do that. Any African that comes to America and integrate with African Americans are not gonna live long. I'm telling you for a fact. Come on, man. Yeah, they live in Chicago, but they live in the good side of Chicago. They don't live on the south side of Chicago. They don't live on the south side where the black people live in. They live in the north. They live in the suburbs. Let me tell you where black people in Chicago live. Africans. Africans live in the suburb. They live in the north side. They don't live in the south side where black people live.
North side. They gonna live on the south side or they live in the suburbs. Cook County is majority black. Did you know that?
Oh, it's majority black. They live in the suburbs. They don't live in the majority black area. Come on, man.
New York. Where they living in New York?
I have brothers in Chicago. I know where they live. I'm telling you for a fact they don't live in the south side. I'm not gonna name my brothers out to you, but they don't live in the south side. They live in the north. They live in the suburb. They live in the outskirts of Chicago.
Right, Judah. Yeah.
I mean, any African that comes to America and integrate with blacks in their own community, that's a disaster, man. They will not live long. Either they get shot or they don't live up to, or they moved out within 5 years when they make money. That's a fact.
You're probably in a college town where you stay at, and you stay in a little area where you can.
Hold on. What about McNeese? Is he gone?
I don't see him.
That's a fact, man. No African comes to America and integrate with black people.
Why are you always hating? What happened? Seriously,
bro. Hey, Snake, stay quiet. You don't live in America. You don't know what Africans face in America.
That's why I ask you. Why are you always hating? What happened?
That's what I'm telling you. We Africans have been through a lot in America. Let me tell you for a fact. When I went to college, black Americans make us know that we are different from them. That's why we Africans in college, we have our own organization called Africans Organization. It was made up of Somalia. It was made up of Cameroonians, Nigerians, Sierra Leonean, everyone that identified themselves as African. African Americans do not identify themselves as African. They have their own organization. You know.
Can I interject? Right here. Now you can go on YouTube, type in blacks versus.
Can I speak, please? Hello?
Go ahead, man.
I just came in, I've been listening, but I was here earlier, Kaiser, then I left. And when I was here earlier, there was another Nigerian that was speaking, that was, denigrating the Black Americans. And I'm hearing Judy, speaking this way. Why you hate the Black Americans? I'm a Nigerian. What's the matter? What have they done? What have they done against you? I mean, this is the people that paved the way for you to come to this country.
Man of prestige, you don't live in America. They don't pay no way for people to. Who pay the way for white people to come to America?
Luther King and everybody didn't suffer for you. Where would you be?
Come on.
You
Who paved the way for Chinese people to come to America? Let me ask you that question.
You be a shithole country like Trump properly stated.
You have to let other people
castigating
speak,
them.
all right?
What's wrong with you? This is the problem with Africans. You can't even take care of your African nation. It's just like, look at this Uganda president. His daughter is the governor of the central bank. His son is the chief of staff. Look at the kind of country you're on. You need to clean your home before you come here and talk rubbish to these people that pave your way to this country. I'm from Nigeria.
You are actually making no sense. I know you are from Nigeria.
Judah do that shit because
man of prestige. Who paved the way for Chinese people to come to America? Who paved the way for Europeans to come to America? Man of prestige. Nobody paved the way for Africans to come to America.
You still have that African mentality. You come here and be talking rubbish. Why would you generalize the whole black? I mean, there's some black that do something hate the Africans, and there's some Africans that hate the Americans here. Why are you causing all this trouble, all this hate? What is utterly nonsense you're coming here to do?
Nigeria talk against Nigerians and gets ass kicked.
Okay, so in one person. I mean, I have a lot of I have a lot of American friends. I mean, they are well educated. They are well to do. They like Africans. Why are you making all these generalized statements? It's not right. These people are our brothers. Judy, they paved the way for you to come. Why not you? Why are you not in Cameroon?
Man of prestige, nobody paved the way. My embassy in Cameroon, there is also an embassy in America. There are also American embassy in Europe and Africa.
I'm giving a historical perspective. People like Martin Luther King and everybody that fought for you. Would you be in this country?
Countries have embassies. It wasn't because of Martin Luther King that Africans started coming to America. Come on, man. Africans were coming to America before Martin Luther King. What the hell are you talking about?
Okay.
Stop talking nonsense,
hold on. How was the black nation? How was the black color people period treated before then? Now you
what the hell are you talking about? It's not a privilege. Africans were coming here. That's why they have embassies. That's why they are nations.
You're making it at the present. I'm talking about the past when the black were slaves, when they were, when they just abolished the slave trade and the kind of, segregation and, kind of everything they made against the black people. If that has maintained what it was by then, and you come here, with that statue, how would you feel? How would it be able to
get out of here? And let me ask you a question. Who is paving the way for African Americans to go on in Africa right now? Who's paving the way for them to go? Who paved the way for them?
What do you mean? I mean, they're originally from Africa.
That's where we're from.
I'm asking you, who paved the way for them to go to Africa right now? African Americans, who paved the way for them?
The Africans say the Africans, particularly a country like Ghana, they said they should return back to Africa.
So Africans paved the way for them to go to Africa as well. So it's not only African Americans that paved the way.
They encourage them.
Nobody paved the way.
You're acting like illiterate.
What are you talking about, Judah?
All right, everyone, hold on. Let's hear from Marie, and today let her speak without badgering her. Let's hear from Marie.
I just wanted to say one thing. I just want to apologize to my African American brothers and sisters because they have told me that Pan-Africanism is one-sided, and I did not believe them. And now I'm starting to understand why they say that, because it seems like Africans, they want people with money to come, and like, I don't know, it just seems like they don't care about us coming. And I'm starting to realize that. And I don't mean to cry, but it's just really upsetting because I just can't believe that. I just, I don't know. This is just not right. All this division. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay, sis. You just gotta embrace your own ethnic
Marie, you don't have to
Don't
take it
worry
personal.
about
This is just a brotherly fight here. You just look. Sorry, don't take it too personal. Don't take it personal. You just look. What we say here, this is just a family fight. We all know we kind of like related. Well, whatever you see, whatever you hear, don't see it as anything division. Don't get it wrong like that, please. Because we just battle each other. It's not like anything serious or personal. I don't think no African man will see any Black American or Black American will see any African man be tortured. We say, oh, that's good for them. Nobody, because deep inside your heart that is part of your family.
You don't stop this nonsense, man. It's
So,
always Africans in Europe that are talking. What do you guys know about America?
Judah
no,
said,
This
no,
guy is talking about America paved the way. Even your brother on the panel, on the chat, boy, Biggie, he
Judah, we
said
need
that
to
nobody
respect.
paved the way for Africans to come here.
Judah,
Come
we
on,
need to
man.
respect our feeling. Judah, we need to respect our feeling.
Hold on,
We need to respect our
Let
feeling.
me answer this question real
We
quick.
need to respect our feeling. She
Judah,
doesn't like it. We just need to
let me
respect our
say this,
feeling.
Cadola, I'll let you speak. Let me ask Judah this. You can go online and you can see in America, African Americans fighting Latinos, groups of African Americans fighting Latinos, right? Groups of African Americans fighting whites. Whenever you went online and see groups of African Americans fighting Africans, go.
Oh, come on, man. They used to call us Buddhist crusher. Go on YouTube and type. Come on. What the heck you talking about, bro? What the heck?
Answer my question. Talk about little kids doing. Answer my question. Can you
Not
go
kids, man. I went to bro. There are people on the chat, Africans that live on this in America. They are on the chat right now. See what they are writing. They had the same. They said African Americans look down to Africans. They look on the chat. They are talking the same thing I'm talking. These guys on the planet do not live here in America. Come on, man. Man of prestige come here and say they paved the way. Who paved the way for Africans? Africans came here on their own will, based on geopolitics, based on. Come on, man.
I think you don't understand what I'm talking about. You're not taking it from the perspective that I'm narrating my story.
Man of prestige, you don't live in America. You have no clue, man.
Judah, just
they don't pave no way for no Africans, man.
Everybody stop. Everybody stop. When one person is speaking and they are indicating that they don't want to yield the space, just let them land and then come in after them. And then also, if you're not speaking, mute yourself because the background noise is interfering with the feed. So, Prestige, you go first.
Okay. I think, you're misunderstanding what I mean by pave the way. Judy, you're narrating to the present day generation or your embassy or that is. I'm basing my point after the slave trade and what happened. When the way the black was being treated, during the segregation period, they're not allowed to ride the same bus. They're not allowed to get a job where the white people will get a job. That particular period. Okay, let's assume you're a black, you're an African that came during that period. Because you are black, you have the same skin color. I'm not saying we don't still have that kind of prejudice or impartiality going on in this country right now. But to a certain extent, the opportunities there it has limited to the way it was before. So in that regard, that's what I'm saying. They paved the way for us. I didn't say they bring you from Cameroon, wherever you are, and bring you to America. That's not what I'm saying. You're not understanding my narrative.
Man of
But
prestige, their
hold on, let me
history
land.
is
Let
their
me
own
finish.
history.
For you to come
Okay,
here
go
and
ahead.
castigate the whole black Americans. It's just like black Americans, some of them are ignorant, like you are ignorant too. Castigating vice versa, castigating all Africans as Buddhist strikers, monkey and jumping all over. They have to come, an educated person will come to this country or read and understand that we are a well-developed country. We are not all these Buddhist structure and everything. And you here having all this stereotyping you are doing, and you're in America saying all this. You're supposed to be an educated person. Why did you left your showhole where you are? a shithole country, supposedly like Trump said, and come to America and come and have a piece of their pie, and you come over here and you castigate them.
Brother, I
Why
did
not
not
stay in
come to have
Cameroon?
a piece of their
Why
pie. The
not stay
white
in
man
Cameroon
brought
where
me
you
in
are?
America. Come on, man. I went to
Why
the
not stay in
embassy,
Cameroon?
paid
Yes,
me
you come
some
here
of
for a piece
money.
of pie. Why not go and live back in Cameroon and where you are?
Is America a black man's country? It's a white man's country. I went to
Okay,
their
go.
embassy
Okay, go.
where white
But these
ambassador.
people are they are part of the indigenous, of this country.
Oh,
Most of
yeah,
them are born
but
here.
what does that mean? So when you went to Europe, every European had to agree for you to come to Europe. It's the
You are
government
missing
that
my
make the
point.
law.
I'm not talking
So
about
what's
whether
your point?
you are missing my point. I'm not talking about agree or not agree. I'm talking about they paved the way for you to
Who
come here and
paved the
have
way
a
for the
prosperous
Europeans to come to
opportunity.
America? Who paved the way for the Chinese or the Indians to come to America? If
Do
I
you
ask
know the
you,
word pave a way of my
I'm,
narrative? You are looking at
I
it
understand.
differently.
I'm asking you the
They
same
didn't buy
question.
the
Who
ticket
paved?
for you to come or give you the ask you have to come or give you
I'm
the, that's
asking
not
you
what
a
I'm
question.
saying.
Who
I'm
paved?
giving
Okay,
you
who
during
paved the
because
way
of the
for the Europeans?
segregation.
My
What
question is who?
I asked for white people, and the white people in Europe always could go over to America, but not the Africans.
Okay, who paved the way for the Chinese? Who paved the way for the
My
Chinese to
brother,
come to
reason
America?
and stop making a generalized statement. You can say some, but stop painting everybody with the same brush. It's not right. Yeah, I don't know what part of US you live. The part that I'm live, I get along well with them. I have some of my best friends well
Man of
educated and
prestige,
otherwise.
man of
So I don't
prestige.
know where you live. I'm not.
You make as if you talk as if segregation was a bad thing. Let me tell you,
Oh my
segregation was a
God.
good thing that happened to black Americans, right? Because during segregation, they could actually
Do
do
you
things
not
on their own.
understand? Do you
Let
not
me finish.
understand
Let me
why?
finish. Let me finish. Segregation was a point in time in America where the blacks could actually live together, develop things together, build their own school, build their own hospital, build their own community, and build their own businesses. But guess what? They refused to do that and fought for assimilation. They wanted to unite with the white man because on the other side where the white man was living, the white man was building their community. Their community was getting clean. Their community was getting fixed up. Why the black people were instead infesting their community with drugs, no jobs, things were
Okay,
getting poor. So they
Judy, let
fought
me
for
ask you
all of
something.
that. So I
Judy,
mean,
let me
come
ask you
on,
something.
man. Come on.
Let me ask something, Judy.
Getting ready to hop off the panel, so let me talk
Let's
real quick.
assume you come here during the segregation period. Okay, when I say pave way, I don't mean bring you here. You misunderstanding me. They paved the
You
way
have
for you
the
to
right
have the
on time
opportunity
period.
you have right now. Because if you
This
have
dude
come
jumped from.
during during the segregation period, you wouldn't have been able to have this kind of opportunity you have in America. Maybe a lot of people wouldn't be coming here. They probably would going to London and all that kind of places where there was a supposedly, hidden segregation. But their own segregation here was open at that time. So if you have come here at that particular time, you probably wasn't born. Maybe your parents wasn't born. I'm not trying to say anything
I know
about
a
their
lot of
age.
Africans that came here doing segregation, and they are actually Kidola's father came here doing segregation period. The guy from Nigeria, and he was doing actually well doing
I'm talking about
segregation.
the present, the way. Do you know how many Nigerians here right now? We have
Man, you just spoke of the
over
past present.
400.
When I
We
talk
have
of past,
over
you talk of present.
400,000.
I talk of present, you
Plus the
talk
one
of
that
past.
was
You
born
are
here and
confusing,
everything.
man.
So over about 700,000 Nigerians we have in America right now. Go and Google it. I'm talking about from the people that was born here and everything. But the one came from Nigeria is about 400,000. That's not even anything close. What you're talking about, that's like a minute number of people at that particular time.
Oh,
But
come
with
on.
the kind of
Come
population
on, but
and
they
the
were
kind of
coming here.
influence, what I
Judah,
mean, the kind
Judah,
of influence, go to a place
Judah,
like
let somebody
Houston,
else talk, please.
go to a
Look,
place like Houston,
look,
Maryland, and other places.
man
Nigerians
of
are way
prestige,
to do over there,
man of
doctors and
prestige.
everything.
To hop off the panel. Let me talk right
Man,
quick. I'm gonna
let
hop.
Kali admit that talk is on. Go on, Kali.
Yeah, because I'm gonna hop off the panel. I just want to say this. So, I mean, technically, and African Americans, we still are related to y'all. You know what I'm saying? I don't know why Judah decided to go on the attack against Black Americans. I would say this: the sister's right. I mean, she says she has genetically distant, African cousins. I do too, from the Yoruba Igbo tribe. I have them from the Ga. I have them from the Asante. Right? I have them from multiple tribes, but we ain't them people no more, sis. We're not them people. Our family were those people. We're not those people anymore. We are our own ethnic group. You got to take pride in your own ethnic group. We can have a cordial relationship with Africans. In reality, outside of this
internet space, Africans and African Americans are not at war. That's this space. That's this space online. I'm not having problems with Africans outside of a space like this. It just doesn't happen. So, and I'm pretty sure most of y'all aren't having problems with African Americans either. African Americans ain't bothering y'all. That you're not having no problems with. This is the internet. This is an internet discussion or internet nonsense for the most part. Most black folks, whether they're from Africa or from the Caribbean or Afro Latinos, aren't really having problems at all in America. It's this space. So for black folks, if you want to go to Africa, go learn the culture, go and ingratiate yourself into the culture, go learn everything about it, respect the culture, respect the rules and laws of that land, and get absorbed into the population. And I would say the same thing for anybody coming here as well. But all this nonsense, bro, when you come in here like disrespecting black Americans, like we just the laziest, bummiest people in the world, it's bullshit, bro. And it's not backed up by evidence. And there's a lot of things that have actually taken place with our community that are the reasons why we're not where we need to be, but we're still not in the worst position either. So, man, stop trying to denigrate us. Like I said, you came up here trying to denigrate us. I started taking shots back when you started denigrating us. I didn't come up here on that kind of time. But it's crazy that you feel like it's like you have to try to down us because you don't feel too good about yourself. Because if you felt great about you and your community, you wouldn't have to come try to crap on black Americans. Just saying, bro, that's a sign of insecurity.
Kali, thank you, man. Kali,
thank you, my
Kali is gone.
Thank you, my California brother.
Kali is gone. Kali,
we
Kali
reason
have
like
changed.
Californians, not some people like Judy live in Utah. Doesn't know anything.
Man of prestige. Let me just say a little thing. In this, look, we can be talking, but we all know that in our mind, I don't have a problem with Marine or whatever at all. But sometimes, see, what turned this something aggressive, what I can't call it aggressive, is just with the way, I don't know if Marie understand somebody like Tariq Rashid for 4 years and Evek and Ned, the way they were bashing us. And we just kind of like learning from them, that at least we have to say, hey, this enough is enough. That's what we just punch it back. We know 100% that black Americans, they're our cousins. Yeah, they're far removed from us, but we know some of them, DNA don't lie. Some of them will say have cousins down there in Africa. We know that. We know some of them, they're a little bit crazy. Oh, we're in Africa, we're in Africa. We know everything. And we know a lot of Africans are married to black Americans. You understand it? My dad, I have half brothers and sister whose mothers from, it's a black American. I'm not gonna lie. Do I love them 100%? Do we talk? Do we meet? Do we share meal together when they come to Nigeria? Yes. Do we drive together in a car? Yeah. Do they have a piece of land that inherit part of my father's? Yes. You understand? So what we just try to punch back, I'm not attacking my half brothers. I'm just attacking the ghost of Tariq Rashid in this channel. I'm not attacking person like Marine, the lady Marine or that lady. I respect her feelings a lot. I'm just attacking the ghost of people like Tariq Rashid and Verkener and some others. And Kali Enigma have changed, but he was part of also the problem also. That's why I didn't like the way they were attacking Philippa, who was even seeing himself as African descender out of the blue. No, you're not black man anymore. But why their sister and their brother called Mike TV and their sister called Mega Something, Mega Meko, who just sit there far more lighter than Philip. That took even pass as a white woman, bashing Africans continuously. I don't know if Marishaka one day check some of these channels, maybe you're not really going towards these channels, you will see that the bashing of Africans that we Africans never really know because we don't have no problem with them. But the bashing was just too much, continuously. Out of that bashing, product like me, product like Judah was heavily Pan-African guy. Judah was even asking African Americans to come in. Judah was heavy Pan-African, but I think it was the bashing. The bashing was just too heavy for us to and they would just sit down there calling us dusty feet, calling us we eat mud, call it not this, call it. Why most of us actually we don't really live like this. So we live powerfully than any other thing. Yes, there's poverty everywhere, but we don't live like the way they try to portray to see us. You understand me? That's what it's asking. Africa is coming to this channel now, become like a monster also to go after this. These people that saying all these things. I can't go after my own. As I said, part of my half brother is from Florida. Florida are there. The mother's from there. You understand? I know more really about America a lot. I've been there, visit there. I've never stayed there or lived there, but I've come a lot of time to that place. So what I'm saying is, you should take it personal, Marine. You're part of Africa family. You're a Sierra Leone citizen. Your fiance or your husband is from Sierra Leone. You're welcome home. God bless you a lot.
Kidola. You spoke well, man. But
let me talk.
Go ahead.
Muted my mic. Now listen, I'm gonna say this. Now the whole Tariq Nasheed thing, right? It actually started before Tariq Nasheed. It started with little slick comments, on social media, with people, continental Africans making slick comments about African Americans. I don't think it was that big of a deal because it was only. Let me say this: it wasn't a lot, so I didn't think that was a big deal for Tariq Nasheed to just start this rampage for 4 years. That's why I stopped really looking at Tariq Nasheed because I'm like, okay, why are you still going on this rampage? Or you could have did that in 2 shows and just left it there. But yes, I agree with Kadola. As far as 4 years of bashing, that's complete nonsense. Some Africans look at us as not brothers. Some look at us as half brothers. Some look at us as brothers. Someone like Judah, I look at in the same way as African American. I look at him as with a colonized mindset. The same way I look at somebody that's claiming that they're Indian, having a slave mind, a slave-minded mindset. But this white racism did a number on the continent and in America towards blacks and in the Caribbean or else. Again, I understand, Marie, that it can get to a point where you're like, the hell with this Pan African stuff. I almost got to the bowling point because I get tired of going here in the back and forth too. But at the same time, we know that not everybody on the continent thinks like that. They're Pan-Africanists on the continent. They got their eyes on the prize, and they're not, participating in this back and forth. There's real brothers that got their eye on the prize. And they know the goal and what needs to be done to lift our race forward. Don't fall into the trap. Because it's easy to fall to the trap with all this propaganda. You got African American propaganda on one side. You got anti-continental African propaganda on another side, and then the diaspora falls in on either side or on their own side. Don't fall for that trick. That's all I got to say. Because what I will say too is that you got to understand a lot of these people might be paid agents. We don't know. We know there was a lot of agents in the 60s. After the reports were released, you had agents in the Black Panthers, you had agents in the Civil Rights Movement. So it would be naive to believe that on the internet right now, there's agents, on the internet that are help causing this rift and probably help starting this rift and trying to keep this rift going. I'm like Ola. Ola, I don't like Mike TV either. I go in there, I never went there before because it's so silly, the silly stuff that he says, and and this. I don't want to get into that light skin and dark skin stuff, but I will say this, and I'll end it like this: that whole too light skin and how much DNA he has or she has, that stuff, you know, you have people that say, hey, we need to figure out, how much DNA this guy gets. I just say, you black, you black, because I don't want the mulattoes to be used as a buffer class. In Brazil, they're used as a buffer class. They got about over 20 classifications as black. Brazil is predominantly black, but they don't rule the country. So that tells you something. The same way they use the color over there in South Africa. You got the colors and the blacks. You know what I'm saying? So, the whole dynamic usually is when you have a buffer class, you have the two classes fight, the colors and the blacks fight, and the non-blacks and non-colors, they're trying to divide the pie. So I don't try to fall into that. So, I understand that too. So I'll pass the mic.
Oh yes. Let me just make this statement. I'm gonna be out. I did not make it. I did not. It wasn't actually my point to make people cry, but I mean, I just speak facts. And what that brother man of prestige came here and said, people paved the way for people to travel or come to America. It makes no sense because every country in the world have their own history. They fought for their own right. Every country, you go to China, the Chinese fought for their own right. They fought to have certain things. And you go to Europe, France, United is the same, even in America, even in Mexico. So there's no particular group of people that paved the way. I mean, in every country you have those people. You go to France, the white people there, they fought and they created a country. The ones in America, they fought for it, and you go to Africa, it's the same thing. So people paving the way is an understatement. It's not actually people paving the way, because every country, if you have a country that is doing business with another country, they're gonna have people moving around. And that's why they create embassy for people to travel. So you're telling me that if African Americans did not fight for civil rights movement, blacks, Africans wouldn't be coming to America because nobody paved the way for them. So I don't find that statement as a real statement. And another thing that I want to tell Africans, not African Americans, is we are different people, man. Let's keep our Africanity. We are different people. It's better for us to work hand in hand with us on the continent, because if you want to work with people that live in America as brothers, or you look up to them as brothers, and then development will never come, because in America, blacks do not work together. Blacks do not work together. If they want to start by unity, they should start first at home and then export that unity overseas to Africa. But if you cannot do it at home and expect that out of a sudden the whole blacks in the world, blacks in Africa, blacks in America, we just get on one morning and start working together or come in a union because we are all black, it makes no sense to me. So and I wouldn't encourage any African to assume that as well. Another point that, let me finish, man. I did not cut you short. Let me finish. At least let's maintain some perfect decorums as well.
All right, hold on. When you finish, let Marie come in, and then the next person. So when you finish,
okay, exactly. That's nice of you, one man. And another point that I also want to make is let's be realistic. The slave trade is way over. Is how many years people do. I mean, there are certain things that should be forgotten in black history. I mean, look, there are certain things that denigrate us as blacks. We have always been beaten down by, say, the white man. Oh, the white man colonized us, the white man enslaved us, the white man did this to us. Come on, man. In other countries like the China, they have changed their history to suit them, to make sure that when they were colonized, they have turned it and say no, they weren't colonized anymore. In Chinese books, they don't even talk of colonization. They don't even talk of the Europeans colonized them or whatever. They don't even talk of what the Europeans did to them. No, but when it comes to Africa, we need to make sure.
Actually,
Let me hey, young man, you're gonna talk. Let me finish. When it comes to African,
the age of humiliation. I just wanted to talk about
okay,
it. Just name. They call it the age of humiliation.
Yeah, but when it comes to African book, they want to make sure enslavement is on the book. They want to make sure colonization is in the book. They want to make sure all these things in the book, making us an underdog. We have always been beaten. We have never been superior to the people. We should change that history and narrative to tell our kids that are growing up and saying we were superior to these people. We defeated them in this battle. We did this to them as well. That, I mean, come on, man, with that message that you pass down, it makes your kids strong. That's why you see most black Americans have been beaten down in such a way where they have not come up with any successful story. It's always, oh, we were enslaved. Oh, this happened. So that's why they are failures everywhere. And I'm gonna cut it short and say, Africans, it's there for you guys to do Pan-Africanism on the continent and do not wait for others to come and tell you. Because the people that you think they are more intelligent, they are not. Matter of fact, you guys were the most intelligent guys on the continent because you fought and defeat the white man and fought for independence and gain your own countries. And that's it for me. And thanks. I'll be out of the panel. Bye.
Okay, can I speak now? I think I agree with Jude. I think there are certain things we need to put behind us. It doesn't mean we should forget. We don't need to forget. I think we need to be part of our history. However, we need to move on. For instance, no one paved the way for anybody. You understand me? The United States benefit a lot from Nigeria, and Nigeria benefit a lot from the United States. It is like that. So no one paved the way for anyone. So let's put our heart together, and build. Because one thing I observe is that black people, we seek too much comfort, and comfort is not good for any human being. It's a destroyer of dreams, and those who are willing to build don't just seek comfort, they seek difficulties, they seek problems to solve. That's what keep them alive. When it comes to Africa, we are just too comfortable. Our goal in life is just to make money and consume money, not make money and use the money to shape society, and use money to build nation, and use money to empower people who are who are not that privileged. No, that's not our goal. It's always me, 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 and that is what is killing us. Until we look and build ourselves and do what is right, and you know work together, and try and build wealth instead of this depending on other people to save us. No, we are the ones going to save ourselves. For instance, Nigeria is the Nigerians are the one to build Nigeria. So if you live abroad and you think white man or whatever is going to come to help us to build our nation, that's fake news. It is me, you, and the rest that are here in Nigeria are the one to build this nation. Good or bad, we are the one to do it. No one is going to come to help us. So we need to get that straight. So any other person can speak. Miss Marisha, you can, because I think it was your turn to speak before I came in. I did. Okay, go ahead.
It's okay. It's okay. Someone else could go.
Okay.
Let me say this. This whole notion that forget the past. A lot of that stuff is slavery was a long time. A lot of that stuff is directed to African Americans. Uh, but you're pretty much on the outside looking in when you make that statement, because you assume that the people that are doing the worst, right? They're doing the people that are terrorizing, the towns, uh, African American towns, right? The drug dealers, the game bangers. You think that these people are thinking about slavery? No, they're not. They don't have a. They don't care about what slavery would happen in the past. They don't care about none of that. That's why they're doing it. They don't. They don't have a pro-black spirit in their bones. That's why they're doing it. They forget about they forget about slavery. They don't think about slavery just as much as you don't think about slavery. The people that actually are making moves in America, for the most part, those are the people that haven't forgotten about slavery and actually are standing on the shoulders of their ancestors and say, hey, you know what? My ancestors died so I can have a better life. So I'm going to do the best in my ability, you know what I'm saying, to make it better for my children and their children's children and our children. So the whole notion to just that's in the past, no, that's what keeps the African Americans that have fought for the race going and got us to a better place. First of all, now second of all, this whole notion of, you know what, we're just going to have Pan Africanism on the continent, and we're not going to include the diaspora. That's a recipe for failure. That's never going to work, because you got to have an evil spirit to say, you know what, the hell with those people that got our brothers that got sold off into slavery, wherever they from, you know, we don't want to join. We don't want to have anything to do with them. That takes a spirit of evilness, and that spirit of evilness will stop your impede your growth. Those are your people. So that's not going to work, because then you'll take that same spirit and you use that spirit against each other, against countries, against tribes. That's not going to work. So I don't understand why the main people that say that, which is well, you said that you're afraid, but the main person that says it is Judah. And when the blacks, African Americans, not on the panel, what did Judah do? He goes game banging against other countries, other tribes. And then his final analysis is, we're Africans are just dumb, so ain't nothing we can do. So the white man is smarter than us. There's nothing we can do. That's his solution. And you want to take advice from him and say, well, you know, we just should do Pan African on the country, and he don't even have hope or a bone to even the spirit to even be Pan African to his brothers and sisters on the continent.
Big Black, don't you think Jude is just frustrated with the situation of black people all over the world? Don't you think he's just frustrated?
Yeah,
but you guys don't look at it in that way. But see, even me that is speaking here, I'm tired of our people. If I was other race, I would hate black people too. You know why? We are the only people who God actually blessed with abundance of resources. Name it. Is it gold? Is it diamond? Is it crude? Is it oil, energy? Name it. Gas. Name them. We have them in abundance. But our inability to transform this thing to wealth is our problem. We rather focus on other things, other stupid things, than focus on the real thing. See, let me tell you something. If we build, others, people will come. We need to build and create things. Then the respect we so much seek from other race, it will genuinely come normally without even breaking a sweat. We will earn our respect. Chinese have done that. The Indians are earning their respect as we speak now. The Europeans already done that. So it is the black that is left.
Big Black. Big Black.
Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, Big Black. You see, in this panel of YouTube Street, in this battleground of YouTube Street, you see, let's just be honest. When that Ghana man opened door of return, I was very happy. Very, very happy. That was in 2019, right? Very, very happy. I've never come. I've not really come to panels. I think I followed Daniels for a while. I do like the guy a lot. I know when he was contacting embassies like, hey, why don't people give us citizen because become Nigerian citizen? After they become Nigerian citizen. Actually, the other channel was making me to like, okay, wow, this guy is cool. When he was bringing this artifact to schools, I think somewhere in Atlanta or something like, to show them, talk to them about Africa history. It was nice. You know, when that year of return come, I was very happy. Very happy for, yeah, it's good for them to come. But what happened later, in between that space, in between 2021, right? That's why they started getting, you see, when you watch YouTube, you start having all that kind of channel that is pumping out. You know, I start watching, some of them said they are whatever, I don't know the God what they worship in Hebrew Israel, some other ones like Santo something. Then boom, this guy called Tariq Rashid, I've come across him once in that guy called Breakfast Club. You understand? You know, when he was talking about Africa, we're Africans, blah blah blah. I was like watching him out. Okay, good. But after that, man, inside that 2021, I started seeing things. That is, I couldn't really understand it first. That shocked me. That really shocked me. I'm like, what?
Hello?
You know, the names.
Hmm?
You know, he was sitting down there bashing us continuously. No names. They didn't call. But because at that time, I can't really wrap my head around it. It was 2022. I said, like, man, this is just enough, man. You know, this is just enough. You don't know. They will say, they'll bring out picture of different things, right? You know, and the Twitter started, you start getting to panels of Twitters. In this Twitter space, when it is their space, they're in these clubhouses. I started seeing the way Black Americans actually started to make Africa, you know, making monkey chant in this Twitter space. You know, then I have to look at who are these people really. They start seeing these people that are very vicious. They have multiple cultural background, multiple race, you know. Okay, why are they doing this?
I'll say this, Condola, and I understand your frustration. Now, but there is a lot of spaces with Pan-African spaces with black people where they talk against that. You know a guy named Q Butter? He's been talking against Tariq Nasheed for, you know, he's been talking to the ideas of against the ideas of Tariq Nasheed, the FBA culture for a long time. And been battling, you know, anything that's anti-African, whether it's the FBA movement, whether it's the whole we Indians, you know, anything African. A lot of us don't ride with Tariq Nasheed, and it has caused a drift, a split in the conscious community. So I could see if like all of African Americans ride with Tariq Nasheed. No, that's not the case. It's just that he has a real big panel, and like you said, if he started off like that, his panel wouldn't be that big. You see what I'm saying, Condola?
Yeah, but you're right. But you want to understand, we Africans, we're not used to. Look, I cannot just sit in the panel and just be bashing Ghana or Sierra Leone. I swear to God, other Nigerians will come and kick my ass and get the fuck out of this place. You understand me? But the truth of the matter, let me tell you, Big Black, right? I grew up having positivities about Black American because my dad went to school there. You understand me? My dad went to school in Florida, right? My dad went there to school, and my dad's junior brother is a medical doctor. You know, married to African American lady. You understand me? Who's a banker. Then my father have children, 3. They are older now, 5 more older, with African American, Black American woman, what they call African American now. So these people are kind of my type of family. You understand? So when they came, we were kind of like family. You know, they were very inquisitive of knowing a lot of things. You understand? So I don't have any beef. So when I speak something in this panel, part of it can be big time, can be trolling, you know, not real, but kind of like voice out my anger. That was a chasing the ghost of Tariq Rashid. It's just a ghost. I'm just chasing to, you know, just a ghost. But not really personally. That, oh man, if I hate Black Americans or anything against it, I would hate my half brothers. You know, that we sit together, eat together. You understand me? Even at the time, they even warn me, hey bro, what you doing there, man? You understand me? I said, man, can you do you know they ask me, what you doing there? Get the hell out of that place, brother. You understand me? You know, so our friends, you know, friends from Yoruba community. You know, so when I just do things, it just continue by that goes. It's not about hatred. It's not about anything to anybody at all. We deep in both our souls knows that we related. That just we know we're related. We know we're family member. Although a family member that just been lost for a pretty long time. But in Africa, nobody have any bad thing about Black Americans, African Americans. They all see them as very strong. I patronize them with, even as I said, Puffy. I have no problem with Puffy. I like Puffy. No matter what they say now, these are just media something. I don't know what if it's true or it's not true. Jay-Z. I used to buy Jay-Z, you know, rocker pants. I used to buy some, you know, Puffy clothes. Even 50 Cent, G Unit. All these guys, I used to patronize them a lot by buying their clothes, you know. So the truth of the matter is, we all kind of like family. In a family, sometimes we have some kind of disagreement, but it's a family that actually still love each other. What do you think?
I think all of we just don't understand. We coming from like different cultures and not different cultures, but we just come from different places. And I think like Africans don't. A lot of Africans don't really understand. Don't understand the racism that we face. I put it like this. There's been like a lot of, even before Tariq, you know, the word Akata, we didn't even know that there was a word that, you know, Nigerians call us, but you know, we don't got to go into all that. But I understand that you all were calling people others because before that, you know, as far as I can mean wild animal, this and that, we don't have to go into that because I understand the ins and outs of that word. But just like,
do you know what Akata means?
Yeah, like pretty much a wild.
It means lost cat.
Right, wow, a lost cat. Right. So it's like we like when we start seeing that online, right? And then like there's a song that says someone made a whole song saying stay away from the Akata, and we see our brother, and they, you know, it's when going to stay away from the Akata, you know, we're looking at that like they, you know, they got an extra word for us, our own brothers. That kind of hurts. See, what y'all don't understand is that you know, but you know, we're strong people. When I say hurts, it's like, you know, we took him back from it. But at the same time, we're strong people. We're pretty much the same. So, like you said, if you as a Nigerian, you dishing it to us, we're gonna give it back. We're the same type of people. You dig what I'm saying? I hear that a lot of us, you know what I'm saying? A lot of us got ancestry from Nigeria. You see what I'm saying? So what's that same blood? You dig what I'm saying? A lot of that same blood. Like, wait, you're not gonna you gonna disrespect me? I got something for you. You dig what I'm saying? So, you know, but what y'all don't understand, what really takes us, why it takes us back, because what y'all don't know is even before y'all came here, when they want to disrespect us, guess what the first thing they do? They talk about you guys. When racist white people want to disrespect us, when they want to say something disrespectful, I'm talking about at a job place, say something slick. You know, they say something about Africa because they look at us the same way. That's why we always look at you as our brothers. You see what I'm saying? So so when we hear things, you Africans coming at us disrespectful, we're like, hold up, and at first it was like, okay, maybe this will die down, but you know, some of us got thick skinned others, but that's what you're starting to see a push back. But like I said, y'all think y'all don't know racism like we know racism in America. Whenever they want to talk about us, the first thing they do is say something slick about Africa. They don't say something slick about Africa for us to say, for us to be buddy with them. They say something slick about Africa, about Africans to disrespect us. And they do it a lot. They did it a lot, especially on jobs. And see, if you're going to say something back, if you're going to, a lot of it comes from management, supervisors. I give you a story, Kadola. I say, man, it was a Mexican. I had a Mexican supervisor. No, I had a white supervisor and a Mexican supervisor. The Mexican supervisor was, he was cool with the white supervisor. And sometimes the Mexicans, you got cool Mexicans, but you got racist Mexicans, right? So I'm sitting and it's my first job, my first factory job, and we're on break. And the Mexican, he says something slick to the white supervisor, and he's my supervisor. And he says, man, if I was African and I was black, man, I'd kill myself. Now he's saying this. We at the lunch table. I got it's black people already there. I'm doing my 90 days, and I'm pissed off. I'm pissed, but at the same time, he's buddied up with the supervisor. Now the supervisor directly under me. You see what I'm saying? And I'm saying, man, I love being black.
Okay.
Then he come to me. He say, man, I'm glad I'm, Mexicans. I got a country. Black people, they don't have a country. This and that, and this. That's before I had knowledge of self. I didn't know anything about Africa. But when I went to study my history, I said, well, damn. There's 50-something countries in Africa. What I'm trying to tell you is that there's a lot of things about racism y'all don't know. And when we try to tell y'all that, because we've been under this racist system for so long, it's like you guys got running water and electricity. You should be cool. We don't have nothing. We're like, no, that's cool, but we've been here. We have to fight for everything we get, and we're gonna continue to fight. The day we stop fighting is the day. Hey, we're probably gonna be out of here. So I'll use the mic.
Okay, I just wanted to say, I have nothing against those discussion, but we must keep it 100%. This here keep it 100%. This here Western black discussion. If you really break it down, even with Judah, he lives in America, this is a Western black discussion. Heavily founded in Western ideology and all that. Now I'm not hating on the West, I'm just pointing something out. Because we can beef, we can hate, we can all do that, but we must put it in perspective. And I'm not talking from the African perspective. This here is 90% just ego thing, straight up. It's ego. It's ego. It's talking gibberish, having ego, dick meshing contest, and all that. We can have that, and I have nothing against it, but we must point it out that this ain't now as a peace conference of the Pan-African Alliance or something. This is just bullshitting on the internet. Because that is something I always pointed out, and Kaiser too, is every time we talk about economics, geopolitics, local African politics that has to do with economics or just trade in general. None of you people are here. None. Not Judah. Not Judah. Not also Black Americans. They don't come. So I just wanted to point it out that we are our brothers. It is good that we make bullshit sometimes on the internet, but let's keep 100. This here, right here, what we did now for the last 4 hours, it's just dust. It straight up does, because for some reason all this soul-searching discussion never comes up when we talk about the local election or Pan-Africanism in actually economic terms or something else. It's always when it's about, I call it niggerish. At some point I call it niggerish. If we try to argue Western or white points in a black face. Not hating, just pointing out something. That's all.
Can I please say something, please?
Yeah, go on.
Okay. I just want to apologize for being very emotional. I'm a very emotional person. But I just want to say, I don't know, I just get tired of all the division. And I thank you, Kidola and Big Black, for your kind words and things like that. I don't know, I just get very emotional because I hate to see our people, say ignorant things to each other. Because me growing up, um, I had all type of friends. I had African, you know, Mexican friends and stuff like that. And I don't know. Me hearing all this stuff is just sad. So I don't mean to get emotional.
It means nothing.
I just hate.
I get it. I get it.
Yeah.
Sister, believe me, everyone, and when we meet in person, we love each other. So it's the first thing I start a campaign just to get African Americans to understand something. What peasants talk, that is not the African perspective, what African peasant talk on the internet doesn't make the elite who actually control our countries and dictate what we are and what we are doing. They don't make it sweat. So it's okay if we get emotional and something like that. I have nothing against it. It's still our love and something. But to keep it 100, what we African peasant talk on the internet does not sweat our tribes. Just saying. If you really want to find out what our tribes or our countries are up to, just go over there or somewhere where people of power are. Just wanted to point that out.
Yeah, the truth matter is, I would change my way, because when I talk, sometimes I just troll. I don't really mean anything. I think I would change my way, because of I do
All
really
right.
feel.
Forget all that. You are beyond redemption, Kidola.
No, 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 no,
Is
no,
incapable of change. Eh? You are
no,
irredeemable.
no,
Eh?
Womba, I want to change. I want to
You're a
change.
lost cause. Eh?
No, 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 Womba, I want to change. I want to change. Just be honest. I want to change. Look, I don't want to be, yeah, I don't want to
Well,
be
you
mad.
come here for the smoke now. You're all about the smoke. That's what.
No, no, but I need to change it now. I
Oh,
just,
oh, oh.
I just need to change it. I just need to change it now, because one way or the other, it can be from the smoke, but one way or the other, you're also hurting other genuine people feelings also. You know, something one man.
Let me just say this, and then we bring in Rifleman, who has been
Yeah.
away for a while, so we've missed his voice, so let's hear it now. But it's only when I started streaming, I just do it to troll, and I thought people were in on the joke and all whatnot. I thought they knew that a lot of these things being said are tongue in cheek and all that.
No, not in the West. Not in the
No,
West.
some people
No.
actually catch feelings off the back of just some random guy making vacuous noise online. It's
It
something that
may be in Africa. It may be in Africa, but not in the West. In the West, the online shit is alive and it means something. In Africa, it doesn't mean shit, because in Africa, when someone wants something for you, you will notice it because it's next to you. Like the online things has no much meaning in Africa at all, but in the West, it does.
all right, let's hear from Rifleman. Rifleman, it's been a while.
No, I just learned not to comment too much and just watch y'all talk. But I'm at all the economic talks. I watch from the back and stuff, especially when the one of the last ones I saw was the one Dynast was talking with that brother about getting trade between Africa and America. He's actually on the ground doing it. And like Snake Man said, Jude the Africans. But anyway, he said it plainly. We're not around for stuff that actually matters, but we're around to argue, yell at each other, and then come together, say the white man or other races owe us stuff because they did us wrong. That's when you can find Negroes, or when a ball is getting kicked or thrown or dunked or something. Then you can find black folks. So and it is like that. And the thing about it is that's not trying to like say Africans or black people are less than, because that's a failing of humanity. Like humans are prone to not want to, fix problems head on. But me, I try to be the change I want to see. I'm involved in my local elections. I know my Congress people. I know my state reps, the House and the Senate. I'm in the state house for matters that matter to me. But you can't find black folks for that. And I'm talking about black folks here in my state. So I'm not talking about everywhere else. But we can find them when it's LGBTQ, flag waving, or to get Pookie out of jail, criminal justice reform. But you can't find them when it's about talking about black economics or talking about changing the school board to make sure black children excel at math and science. But if it's for we need to change the language to make them feel more comfortable, or we need to find a way to stop getting them suspended or whatever, instead of things that actually matter, so we can compete on a global at a global scale like other races of people do. So that's what I'm saying. Like, that's why when we come on these panels and I try to talk, and everybody likes to say I'm a coon or I love the white man, but at the end of the day, I have high standards for my people because I know that's going to bring about better outcomes. So that's why I rock with people like Nigerian First, Murray, Kaizo, Jude's he's too all over the place. He's got a victimhood mindset. Too many people have a victimhood mindset. Who else do I rock with? There's other folks like Somali Against Pan-Africanism. He's another idiot that loves division between black people and wants to blame other people for our problems. So, like I said, we already know who the real ones are because they do what's on the ground, what's necessary. And the last thing I'll say, when everybody talks about white supremacy, you live in the white man's countries, you engage in white supremacy, i.e., we see children in Africa, in the Congo, mining minerals that go into our cell phones. You don't see all these people yelling about white supremacy give a damn about them, okay? We don't, and all the people that care yell about white supremacy, they're not in the places where black people are excelling and doing stuff. They're not in their countries. They're in the white man's countries, on the white man's internet, in the white man's using the white man's infrastructure, his water infrastructure, talking all that mess. That's how you know black folks aren't serious. That's why anytime, and last thing I'm gonna say, and I'm gonna pass the mic. Seriously, this is where we need to start. If a black person starts talking about white people when you're supposed to be talking about black people improving and black people doing for self, and they start talking about white supremacy or this racist thing or whatever, they are not serious and they are not invested. And I pass the mic.
Yeah, but I just wanted to point out afterwards you can go big black in my, because one thing I realized is when Ike comes up, so this is basically the richest person on Kaiser's channel who was talking about only economics, like he's only an economics guy. No, none of the dust is Isaiah's. Every time Ike goes on the panel, sends the floodgates open, and somehow all the legions of idiots come in. The same thing about when we had those discussion about Nigerians. When I always point out, hey, do you want a real in-depth discussion about Nigeria? Go to Two Niger's channel, full of Nigerians, old Nigerians with, 30, 40 years of history talking about Nigeria all the time. Go there and criticize them. But no one goes there. That is something I realized. Like when it's about real stuff, real discussion, sometimes Two Niger even invites people who are part of the government. So actually people with influence. It's like empty. It's like a Siberian. It's like the desert. Desert. No one is coming out. And I get it. It's Kaiser's show. Kaiser is a dust lord. He always tried to provoke people and something. But I just wanted to point out that every time people come on with real, tangible stuff, none of those like Judah, Zolia, Kale, ICP3, I just exception. He's just old. He said never come up and say never spout that bullshit. It's always when those people are gone, they come out.
You did mention that busy. That busy also for the smoke also.
Well, it's easier just to forget about guys like him. But one thing I'll say, like Jude, I've donated to Ike several times, not a shitload, but I go to his stuff fairly regularly, and I drop off $5, $10, whatever dollars, especially when Kaizo is talking to him, because they actually talk about something. And I don't even agree with Ike on a whole bunch of stuff, because he's still on the white man is evil type stuff a little bit, but he has
an albino.
Yeah, I know. It's funny, but still, at the end of the day, I can forgive that because he does stuff that's tangible. He's boots on the ground, and he gives information that helps Black people in general. So that's why I rock with those folks. And the same thing, one man, excuse me, you need to shorten your damn name, sir. One man, when he has his shows, and then to Naja as well, I watch from the back because I am not a Nigerian, and I try to learn. But I don't go up there. My Black American, only time I've gone up there is to give them a shout out and say some Black Americans are trying to watch and learn. And I just went right back out and let the Nigerians talk amongst themselves, because I don't have a place to run my mouth. So I'm over there watching that stuff. And that's what I'm saying. Like, all these people, that's why it's a pattern. People, last thing I'm gonna say, people who come on these spaces are usually the first ones to blow up the conversation. And when you're trying to have good faith, they start yelling and cussing and doing the dusty stuff. These are the same people you need to stay away from. And I pass the mic.
Mr. Rafuma, I'm one of those guys.
Actually, yeah, 50% of the time, kiddo, I will say you get.
I'm one of those. No, woman. Let's just be honest. When I came here first, I was talking. Then they asked. I didn't know when you mention anything white, that would trigger some Black Americans off like that. Yes, I'm married to a white woman. We're going to 27 years now. 3 beautiful children. Life. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not capping, man. I love that. But at first, I would be attacked. Whoa, what are you talking about? They call me all kind of Becky, call me all kind of Nail. Like, whoa.
Well, I think the reason why people push back on you is because, like, you say, okay, especially like me, I'm a Pan-African and stuff like that. Some of your opinions are like not pro-Black at all. So that's why I can understand why people would attack you in that way. I don't think you're quote unquote anti-Black on who you are, but I think your talking points, and then you married a white woman. That's why.
I understand.
I'm not saying it's cool. I'm not saying it's cool to attack you that way. I didn't say it's cool to attack you that way, but
because I was setting that one up for me to look for trouble when I'm trying to start a troll. You understand me? For me to look for a troll. You understand me? So I can just start something up just for me to look for a troll. And I want to be busy with that troll. But sooner or later, I started realizing I'm saying things that might not be really me. You understand me? I'm not going to lie to you. My half brother was sitting down with me one day. He didn't like it at all. He was pissed. He was very, very pissed. You understand? Because even my wife don't even like it. Sometimes when I'm talking about it, I just go to a tunnel room, lock myself up there. When I come, I say, it's just a game. There's nothing serious about it. You understand me? You have to understand, that's just a play.
Dude, you married me. Look, the last thing I'm going to say, Kidola, bro, marry the woman that's good for you. You've already had kids. You guys are still married. You guys get along. Y'all got amiable stuff. That's a success. Any Black man that can do it. I don't care if it's with another racial woman, even though I'm going to be like, hey, marry a Black woman. But at the end of the day, we need more functional Black men that are just in society doing a thing. And so that's why I've never let anybody shame me for that, kiddo.
Let me say this, man. It's okay to talk about racism. Racism just came up in this whole discussion.
Racism is not what's hurting Black people. That's why we need to talk about racism less, sir.
I'll let you speak, though.
No, I'm just saying, like, I'm going to say this last thing, and I will shut up and I won't overtalk or nothing like that. But the last thing I'm going to say is we need to talk less about racism and more about what Black people going to do. You know what I'm saying? Not what other people doing to us. We need to So that's what I'm saying. Like, so that's why, like, so big black, so big black. So big black. That's why when people come here talking about racism, just to let y'all know, it's a distraction, and we need to talk about it less. And
let me say this. Now, to talk the show is Africans versus African Americans. I don't see the title no more, but we was talking about relations, right? And talk about what happened with those relations. You can't take out racism when talking about those relations and why those relations are bad. You can't take out racism. Racism is the reason why those relationships are bad. So you can't separate one from the other. That's why that topic came up today. Now, the last time I was on the show, we was talking about economic ways of making Africa great. Yes, sometimes racism is going to come up, and that was the nature of today's show. Now, as far as when I see Ike's show, because when they have the shows with Ike, I do tune in and I do watch. Most of the time, it's just Ike and Kazo. I don't see you there. I don't see nobody there. I see mainly Ike and Kazo talking about a subject in science that they have expertise in.
And guess what? I sit back and listen, sir. Sometimes I'm at work, so just because I don't run my mouth and start typing doesn't mean I'm not there, sir.
No, I'm not saying. What I'm saying is, people say, "Well, why don't I see a lot of people on stage?" And what I'm saying is, I do the same thing. I listen, but it's because it's a subject that Ike and Kazo has an expertise in. So again, just those people that you say that only talk about that you quote unquote say, well, they only talk about racism. We don't know if they're sitting back listening to the show because they're probably.
I try to come up, but most of the time I have no time. I try to come up like as a trio, Ike, me, and Snake Man talking about economics, but I have not much.
Is if it's something I don't have expertise in, why am I going to come up? You see what I'm saying? Because
very easy, because we Africans actually like discord. Okay, we like to have new ideas. We have no problem coming in is no problem. The problem is you have to have a specific level of arguments. Like, you cannot just come out and say shit. You have to have statistics, some tangible things that maybe or may not be on paper, something like that. The bar is just a little bit higher. That's all. You still can't come in. No, Ike is not stopping anyone coming in. Kaiser's not stopping anyone when they're discussing things.
I'm not saying that, but what I'm saying is, if I'm learning, right, and I'm listening to the show, there's no reason for me to come in.
Like I said, you must not come in. But I'm just saying, the door is always open. Like, that is the reason I like to come up, and Ike and Kaiser are there. Now, the last I was gone for 3 months, so it didn't happen that much, because the best discussion I had was where I basically went through all of African countries, was with Kaiser, Ike, and me. And that I think sometimes, so when I was still online, American Rifleman was there too. The last discussion we were clowning on Kenya because Kaiser was overstepping his hand, how rich Kenya actually is and who controls the bank. I remember that discussion that was a funny discussion. But once again, when they have those discussion, does racism come up? Yes. We talk about, hey, you cannot do that because white men will stop you, or Chinese men don't want it, or something like that. We talk about it. But the primary focus in those discussions all the time is enrichment of black people. That's the primary focus. And what I just noticed is when it comes to the enrichment of black people, no one wants to come up. There is no walls that is stopping you. You can't come in. The only thing you cannot do is talking bullshit. That is all.
I do.
What I'm saying is too. What I'm saying is, if you're just gonna come up just to be there, it doesn't make any sense. You see what I'm saying?
What do you mean? It's a discussion.
If you're not adding, if you don't have nothing to add to the discussion, right? If you're talking a lot of these discussions, some of these discussions that I've seen, they talk about some new type of technology, right? and they're breaking down a new technology and the growth of it and how it can impact, how if we take a grab of it, it can affect us in tremendous ways positively, right? In those situations, right, if a person he or she doesn't know anything about those discussions, about that particular discussion, right? It probably be wise for that person to sit back and listen. That's what I'm
But
saying.
once again, I point out you can be stupid and doesn't know anything, because I'm not as smart as Kaizo and I'm not as smart as Ike, like straight up. When I'm not as rich as Ike, you can still come in and ask your stupid question. The only thing you must do is have a decorum of a level of understanding. That means let your ego go. No ego discussion. No
Right.
dick measuring discussion. You can talk about racism, but talk about racism, how it really executes into the real world, not how you feel.
Right. That's a no brainer. I agree.
That's why I say the door is open, but no one is coming up for some reason.
Oh, flow states in here. But look, like exactly what he said. People, when they talk about it, and especially Black Americans, and this is my saying, I say it all the time, we're big hypocrites when it comes to race and racism in America. And this one glaring fact mentally handicaps us from improving. And people say I'm a coon all day, but we really don't like to speak in real life. Like he said, we speak from how we feel or stories we've been told, but not from actual things we've gone through. And people get mad. Somebody calling you a nigger is not oppression. I'm sorry.
That's when they talk about technology, but a lot of people go and find. Hold on. Let's say this. You ever heard of a channel called Black Brain Trust? That's a channel that talk about way more technology than Kaizo's channel, right? But I don't see a lot, and they have quite a few subscribers. But again, if you don't look for those channels, you're not going to see those channels. If you're not in those spaces, Rifleman, you're not going to know about that.
I mean, I'm sometimes in the tech sector, and I talk to people part of the brain trust. I was never on the brain trust, like.
Oh, all right. I think Marie wanted to come in. Marie.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I agreed with America First Riflemen. We talk about race and racism too much. That's not improving anything in the Black community. We need to think about group economics, like do what the Jews do. Like they keep their money within their community, and us Black people, we don't. And then you wonder why we don't have anything. Like, it made me upset that, like, Phil, he said that that Black bank closed in Chicago. Like, why did we let that be? Like, you know what I mean? It's just sad. We need to focus more on group economics and things like that, and stop talking about other stuff that don't really mean anything, like race and all this dumb other stuff that people talk about. So I do agree with America's First Rifleman. We talk too much about race, and we need to stop talking about that and actually build and do things like that. So that's all I really have to say.
Actually, that bank is still open. What happened is some Ghanaian billionaires bought that bank. It's called GN. It's
Yeah, now it's Ghanaian.
Yes, a Ghanaian bank, right? It's
It's a Ghanaian bank.
Right.
So you better start speaking Monday.
Yeah, it's a Ghanaian bank. It's in Chicago. So online too.
Oh well, that's still good. I still say it's a Black bank because I mean, if the Ghanaian person is Black, I mean they're African. I would support it. I mean,
Right.
I don't have no problem with that.
Yeah, it's listed as a black bank. Yep. I think it's the only black bank. I might be wrong, but it's one.
Well, I mean, see, and that's what I'm saying, Big Black, and that's what Mary's saying is that, like, yes, we know there's racist white folks, but at the end of the day, we have avenues where we can participate in group economics like we used to. That's the thing. Like we used to do this stuff. So we can't get the majority of our people to buy into a black bank, whether it's a corrupt, like let's just say it's a regular bank that will give you the same returns and same service as like a mediocre white bank. We cannot find our people mentally enough in Black America to buy into that. We'll have a couple Negroes online crowing about how great it is, black wealth, black excellence. And then they'll say, see, we coming up. The white man can't stop us because they stopped us before and all that. And then crickets. Nobody shows up. And then it fails. Not saying anybody here saying that, but when something fails, they say white supremacy stopped it and got rid of them people, got rid of it. Or if it never gets started, then we get to say white supremacy stopped them. That's why we didn't do it. That we got to stop this, man. It's literally killing us, this mindset.
My brother, I think we need to promote it more because I think it's the early 90s when FM was just starting in Nigeria. It was a black American who may that guy so rest in peace. He's dead now. I think passed through coronavirus. He's a multimillionaire in Nigeria. He was the first black American guy that came to teach at that time the Nigerian radio station how to operate on FM base, because in FM, you see, you play a lot of music, but you also have to run advertisement to run that program also. So he came, he did his best, he didn't really left, he stayed in Nigeria, he became a very, very rich man, very, very powerful man. You know, he was married to an Igbo woman. He lived one of the most poshest area in Nigeria. Hopefully, yeah, due to some circumstances where coronavirus was just popular at that time, the coronavirus took his life.
But we must be real at some point, because for some reason we African, when we have African versus Negropean, basically African. Hold on. I must bring that up. So there are huge clashes there too. Till I pointed out, why should rich African, who 90% of their wealth is in Africa, be the one that's safe as you in Europe when you have politicians, mayors, also rich people which wealth is invested in that country where you're staying, but you're not talking to them, even if they're part of the group? Why are you not talking to your elites in your local area? Why are you flying all the way to the continent to talk to people who are not even in your country and have nothing invested in your country? And this discussion stopped the Negropean argument in their tracks. Because do you know what they told me? You were on. What was the reason why they couldn't talk to their elites, to the Negropean elites? Racism. Hooning.
There's not
sellouts.
The truth of the matter is this. We talk about working together, build together. That's what I brought about that guy who came to build Nigeria FM in the early 90s. And Nigeria FM up to today is booming. And other aspect also, that black Americans, that's why I was surprised that this channel now become that. How can you hate Africans if you know what African Americans doing in the continent? You understand? Afrobeat. Let's just give you an example of Afrobeat. Afrobeat, I don't see Davido and Chris Brown fighting. Chris Brown and Davido, they're almost like brothers. Chris Brown was in Nigeria last December. You know, it was heavily protected. Like almost like a presidential man is in Nigeria. More than 100 cars was on the street when they move. You understand? And they're working together. You know, how about Fuse, who is working with Dr. Dre? You know, how about Whiskey and some of these guys, Drake? So they are working together. We need to more go towards the positivities more. Like
we do, but the problem is you just jumped over my point. Why are you flying all the way to the continent to talk to elites who have zero investment in your country? Why are you not talking to your local elites? You have them. It's something different when you don't have them. Like here in Germany, there are no rich black Germans here. Like there's no black people in politics. Like we literally started from zero.
Yeah,
But when you ask something like the UK guy, hey, why couldn't that one African who is in the third most powerful position in the UK to do laws to support you when he's black and he's African and he's like you, a European? Oh, because he's a sellout. Because he's a okay. What about local thing? Is there someone locally in your community or from your community? Oh no. So they cannot do it. It's a culture. Is that what I mean? It's like where is that unity talk in your own ranks?
Stickman,
Where is that collective in your own ranks?
Stickman, working together, building.
We can talk all
together,
about. We can talk all about Nigeria getting rich in Nigeria. Does he ever invest anything outside of Nigeria in the same account like in Nigeria?
Yeah, but you have to understand, in working together, actually have no really color like that. If you build something, you want to make profit from it. The guy that left United States that came to boost FM station from the East, he came to boost that FM. Well, after doing his job, able to dominate that aspect of his business and become who to go to at that time. Yes, he made money out of it. He married a Nigerian woman. They have beautiful children together there. He live very large. Will you blame him? Because that's his job. He take advantage of that.
You just said he came from America.
Yeah,
how
because
his business. How much of his business?
If he have a lot of investment, how much
of that investment is in Nigeria, and how much of that investment is in America?
No, he have most of his investment is in Nigeria. He have real estate investment. He have other. I think he's more into real estate before his death.
Just said he came from America. Why does he not start an American branch?
What must he look, man? He just came because they brought him in. Nigerian guys who stay in America, they brought him in.
You can easily Google the guy. I think Kidola is right. He came in, I think, in 2000, and I think he didn't go back. He passed away.
The guy was very rich, very rich. A lot of black.
I'm not saying it doesn't exist. I'm just pointing out the everlasting logic. Why can he came from America? He built himself up in Nigeria. Why can he not start a branch in America? What is stopping him?
He doesn't need.
Why Nigeria building America? Why Nigeria having some clinics in America? You go to that is building together. He came, his friends brought him. He able to do well for himself. He become heavily rich, and and he has to, I think before his death, he still have other investment there. You understand me? That he left for his wife and children now. You know what I'm saying? So even this Afrobeat we're talking about today, the market aspect
he had a colonizer mindset. Maybe he had a colonizer. Maybe he had a colonizer mindset.
American rifleman? Do you see what?
When it comes to the music industry, he actually
like he's right now. Listen. Hold on, like
major role.
What are we talking now about this music industry?
He was on radio. He was on TV. I think his name is Dan Foster. You can Google him, Dan Foster. That's the name, Dan Foster. So he was a popular person in Nigeria.
He make his money, man. What can you call it, colonial mindset? He came to do business. If you have his investment there, you have a wife and children there.
I get it. That is not suppression.
That is not suppression. In Nigeria X Factor and Nigeria Idol. Yeah.
You can blame him.
That was not suppression. He came originally from America. He came to Nigeria. Once again, we are open policy. Everyone can get rich. But when you have a Pan-African pro-black spirit, why is it so hard to answer the question? Why didn't he do any investment in his original homeland?
Man, he just look. It might be my dog.
And he loves black people so much. Why did he return to Nigeria? Why didn't he do anything there?
Like this guy working for Dr. Dre now, Fuse, that's working for Dr. Dre. You know, Dr. Dre create opportunity for him to work like that in America. You understand me? What I'm trying to say is some of all this beef are just in the internet. They read that together, man.
I'm not talking about beef. I'm not talking about beef. I'm talking about actual tangible Pan-Africanism. Why didn't he invest anything in his community where he comes from? Most of his wealth stays in Nigeria. He is from America. Why didn't he start say anything? He is rich. He could do it.
Who is we talking about? Who? What's his name? I'm lost.
Well, like the thing about it is we're not pro-black. We're not united as a people, you know. And also too, us as Black Americans have to realize if we talk this pro-black stuff and go to Africa and we build resources, we're supposed to let all of our people tap into it. So if he built something good in Africa, I believe, especially, I'm not going to say what his personal beliefs are or whatever, but it's just, if we want to talk about Black progress, why wouldn't he not start something in America? Like, I just don't understand. If he had the resources and money, why wouldn't he? But we know why. I know why, but I don't know what you guys think about it.
Wait, AFR, what artist you talking about?
What do you mean? What am I talking about?
I said, what artist? You said the guy. What's the guy's name?
Oh, not artist. I believe they said his name was Dan Foster or whatever, and he was African American who went to Nigeria, and he built
some planes thing, something with planes. I don't know.
Yeah, with planes.
Plane stations.
Planes.
This is a question.
No,
Yeah,
hold on. It was working in the TV, radio in Nigeria.
Yeah, so he's entertainment.
Yes, entertainment. So he worked as a judge on Nigeria Idol and X Factor. Also, he was a radio presenter also. So it was vast in the entertainment industry. Yeah.
Okay, and he became rich. He became a millionaire, didn't he?
Of course, he did.
Okay. And he had a lot of investments, like real estate. You said he has a lot of real estate in Nigeria.
In Nigeria, yes. So go on.
So why not have some investment in his own city where he came from?
Maybe he just decided not to.
But we're talking about Pan-African spirit, don't we?
That was his personal decision.
But say where it starts. You cannot have individually. Hold on. No. You cannot talk about collective. You cannot talk about you cannot talk about collective. Hold on. You cannot talk always about collective. We. And then when I ask, okay, where is the action? Where is the reaction? And every time someone with money says, nah. I have no money. It's no longer we. It's me. So what is it? Is it collective or is it not collective?
I mean, Black people like to pick and choose.
That's what I mean. What is the lane? We cannot always jump in both lanes at the same time and expect something to take.
I agree. See, I agree. That was his personal decision because he's not here to speak for himself. But I'm not going to speak for him.
To Dan Foster. I have to.
But do you see what I mean, African? When I point out the tangible investment into Pan-Africanism, somehow everyone gets silenced. No, it's his personal decision. Blah, blah, blah. There's no we, there's no he.
Well,
but I can admit, so for example, I can admit in the Negropean discussion, I said clear and pointedly, I am 100% invested in Nigeria. When something happened in Germany, I don't care. I don't care. Now you can call me cool, anti-Pan-African, blah, 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 but at least I admit it. That's the difference. I admit it.
Also, too, that's why I tell people, man, like, we got to be careful who we listen to because not trying to throw shade or anything, but like Kid Ola, first thing he was like, oh, he went and made his money. What you worried about? And why does it matter? And blah, 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 blah. And it's just like, That's
But he
why they attack
brought him
people
up.
having a white wife.
Yeah, but he brought him up as a Pan-African example. And when I asked him, okay, what did he do internationally for black people? What could he do? Oh no, what about Tom? What is we? He's him, his personal decision, blame. And think to myself, so who actually should be Pan-Africans then? When does the Pan-African spirit should kick in?
Exactly.
Well, what I understand, right? He made a business in Nigeria. He made a lot of money in Nigeria. He put a lot
He
of
could not invest anything back into town he comes from. Nothing. Zero.
I mean, it's Pan African now. If you want to say he's not. Was it a black nationalist decision? No, but it was a Pan African decision.
Can I make a distinction between Pan Africanism and just doing a business? Okay, Pan Africanism is regular lower middle class, maybe upper middle class black folks going to Africa and engaging in economic activity, presenting or giving opportunities to Africans on the ground, being a resource for our people. That's Pan-Africanism. For what he did, he literally became a captain of industry to where he can expand his influence and resource to other global black people around the globe. That's Pan-Africanism. He should have started something in Brazil, in America, and something like that to be a resource. So that's what I'm saying. You can't say he's a Pan-African example when he didn't do anything really Pan-African, which was in his power before he died. So that's what he's trying to say, and that's what people need to realize. Like pretty much, he just started a business that was successful, but he didn't do anything Pan-African.
Because by that definition, I am Pan-African because I have a lot of Nigerian employees. Does that mean now here in Germany, with my Nigerian community in Germany, that I do something here? No, I do nothing. Literally, I do nothing. But still Pan-African though.
I was maybe he's he could. Sounds like I'm reading his biography that he's labeled a Pan-African, right? In Wikipedia. I don't know. Like I say, he had a business. He did business in Nigeria. Now, as far as like something globally that can help black people globally, I don't. Maybe he has done something. Pretty much that's not public wise, but it sounds like at least on the ideological level, he's Pan-African. Well, Wikipedia says he's Pan-African.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. Ideology an ideology level, that's all well and good. That you're in your brain, you're Pan-Africans, that you work with Africans and also blacks, that is okay. But when the ideology really wants to start being some major power, it must do major power moves. That means the ones with the means, the ones with the money, the ones with the industries, the ones with the infrastructure, the ones with the influence have to invest into Pan-Africanism. That means he must go outside his little corner he created and connect with other rich people, do other things and something like that. Like Ike does with Kaizo. Literally living on the other side of the continent, but still working together. That's what I mean. Because that is the same thing I had with Kifaru when we talked about the ECOWAS.
So how does that help us globally? I mean, you use the example that you used. How did that help us globally? How does that affect?
I mean, I could have stayed only in Nigeria, could not expand anything, didn't have business with non-Nigerians, put all his wealth in Nigeria. He could have done that, but he didn't. That's why I say, the ones who can do it, not all, the ones who can do it, and that brother was a millionaire. He clearly could have done it. He didn't even expand outside of Nigeria and the neighboring countries. The ones who can do it should do it to show a tangible example of Pan-Africanism.
So you said I did this. I showed some tangible Pan-Africanism.
Yes.
How? I'm asking. How did I do?
He literally started a brunch business in Kaiser in a North African country. Even he must not do it.
So he started a business in a North African country.
No, in Kaiser's country, Kenya.
Okay, so he started a business. What does that business do?
Creates jobs for
I think he's
Kenyans.
just trying to disagree.
I know. The point is not the business. The point is expanding beyond your little corner, if you have the means.
So basically, you're saying that okay, he started a business in Nigeria and Kenya. That's your point.
No. He comes from a rich family from Nigeria. He's already in Nigeria. He's already a top dog. He expanding outside of Nigeria because he can, and he loves also black people. He doesn't stay in one corner.
Remember, he became a resource for his people, different places, because he can do it. Okay, listen, you got to remember, like I said, some black people are more limited in their scope and influence. So, like I said, most people going back to Africa and trying to start a business are middle class. Some people are poor, but I would say upper middle class people. They're investing in Africa. They're giving people, other African people that normally wouldn't have these opportunities. They give them those opportunities. That's Pan-Africanism. Because
that's okay. That's okay. That's the middle class.
Yeah,
that's the middle class. But you're not talking about the middle class.
Yeah, exactly. But like I said, if you are somebody that becomes a captain of industry, it pretty much, if you're gonna say the we word, he missed a golden opportunity. Like I said, the two main countries he should have been worried about or talking about the diaspora or to be a resource was America, Brazil, and there's a whole bunch of Caribbean countries as well. But like I said, him not doing that, him not stepping out of his quote unquote comfort zone, that, that's what we're talking about. So like I'm saying, so I don't know if you're understanding that your disagreement or you know, well, hold on, you're fishing for like what kind of business or what about Ike and all that stuff to kind of have a gotcha.
No, I'm just trying to
hold on.
I disagree with you. I'm just saying. I'm just trying.
Of course, you're gonna disagree because that's what Negroes do.
Negroes. But now that's what I'm saying. You just said all this good back and forth. I'm sitting here trying to build with you.
I'm just saying, if you're one of the elites, because that is a problem. Let's say our movement becomes powerful. Do you not expect the leaders of your movement to do anything tangible beyond just talking?
Well, from what I gather, you said that you said that African Americans, the middle class, they come over and they create business, and that's a business that employ people, and that's Pan-Africanism, right?
And that is okay because they're middle class. But the guy we're talking about is not middle class. He's elite.
But what he did, because he created business and he created jobs, he's not a Pan-Africanist because he makes way more money.
No, he's not a Pan-Africanism because he is now in the elite class. That means he doesn't operate no longer on the standards of the middle class.
Well, I was
doing middle class things with elite class resources is laziness. If you're committed to an ideology, straight up.
For being he's still a Pan-Africanist. You might not agree that he should have. We might agree that he should have did more with his resources. But if he's doing the same thing, as far as like he's going to another country, right? And
but he is now. I think you don't understand what class system is. I don't expect the king to do the same thing as a peasant. What is that communist shit? I don't get that communist shit. You African Americans have different classes do different things.
But it's still if that's Pan-Africanism.
It's a lost cause, bro. It's a lost cause.
Different classes do different things.
Example of Pan-Africanism.
I don't know if it's different things. Listen, I don't know if it's IQ or something else, but he ain't gonna get it, man. He ain't gonna get it.
Different classes do different things. Different classes do different. When you upgrade from the middle class, hold on. When you upgrade from the middle class into the elite class, what you do if you're a multimillionaire, you do elite things. And elite things, hold on. Elite things, if you really are Pan-African, means expanding outside of your comfort zone. because you have the resources. You are no longer into middle class. Don't do middle class Pan-African things. You are now one of the elites. Do elite Pan-African
Can
things.
I give an example? Big Black. Can I give an example, sir?
Keyword. You said middle class Pan African things. That's what I'm saying. He might get you might give him a D- on the Pan African report card, but he still did a Pan African thing.
Okay, Big Black. Can I give an example?
I know exactly what he's saying.
He doesn't get no stars. He is now in the elite class. That is it. He didn't do anything. I'm sorry. Hey, good for him, but he didn't do what elite should do.
You're not gonna
That's
give
Hey, Big Black.
I'm sorry. I don't expect the king. I don't expect the king to do the same thing as a peasant. If I expect the king to do the same thing as a peasant, he's not a king.
I understand where you all coming from, but he, like you say, he did middle class Pan Africanism when he's like you say he's a king. So I understand.
Okay, Big Black. Can I please give an example?
Right. Go ahead.
Okay, and I'll use this gentleman that we've been talking about. Okay, so since he's at an elite level because of his finances, and obviously when you get to the level of managing the amount of entertainment systems that he had to manage, you're going to know the regulatory environment, what the government likes, dislikes. You're going to know about the global aspect, at least something. And so what I'm saying is he could have been a good resource to help other Black people globally, and I'll say just America. Just comes to America, starts a little radio station. He's able to be a resource for other Black people to where he can help but help people get over the regulatory hurdles of the FCC and get over the different industry institutions that help regulate, or they kind of tell people what they can and can't do. That Black man with power and money could have helped gotten a foothold for Black people here to have a outstretched, message that could reach more people and just have a Pan-African or pro-Black message. So, like I said, that was a lost Pan-African opportunity that man definitely had within his hands. Whether we can give him a report card A, B, or D, or C, which is stupid, but what we're trying to say is him at that level, that's how you show you're serious as a race, and that's how you progress as a race. Every other race of people use the same playbook. I'm not saying nothing that's weird or crazy or new, but like I said, the inability of Black people to do that, that's why we're in the situation we're in. We can't blame white people for that.
That point. Yeah, I agree with that point. I agree. I mean,
but it's the exact same thing I said.
Again, I still don't know what he's done because it's personal things that a person can do.
The problem, he didn't do anything. That's the problem.
I don't know what the man, because personal things that the man could have done that's Pan-African, that's not open to the public either. So everything is not going to be.
Why must it be hidden? If you're a true believer, why must it be hidden?
It might be so it can be fulfilled. It might be so it can be fulfilled, because a lot of things they don't show. Do you think that the stuff that other races do, everything is in the public?
Yes, because we can feel it. We can feel it. Hold on. So when your country makes a law, are you there in the room? Do you know why they do the law, or why they have the discussion, or who are the power players?
Do you know everything the KGB does?
What the?
No, but the KGB will knock on my door and take me away.
Right.
I can feel their decision. I can see their decision. I'm not there in the decision making. I don't know why they do the decision, but the decision is felt and seen and done. That's the difference. That's what we are talking about. That's why I always ask, hey, is there any investment at all from the hometown of America? He comes from any investment at all. And the answer from the Nigerian was nothing. So I think to myself, weird. Why would someone who believes hardly in Pan-Africanism and is now rich don't do something in the elite class of Pan-Africanism? Why does he stay local? I don't get it.
I mean, that's fair. That's a fair question. I mean, that's a fair question. I understand exactly what you all are saying.
I mean, a Ghanaian just bought a bank in Chicago, so what's stopping him? What did stop him? Right, besides that, he was dead.
Which the guy that had the
he died. He died of COVID.
Oh, I mean, that's why the bank went for sale. Because it's owned by
No. So it's one guy who only did things in Nigeria. He died of COVID. Like he's no longer alive.
But yeah, I get what you all are saying. But again, like I said,
I'm not saying that brother is a coon, a sellout, an enemy. I'm just saying, hey, I'm sorry for your level. You didn't do the minimum. For your level, you didn't do the minimum. For the middle class here, you have an A plus and something, but you're no longer a middle class, so that A plus doesn't mean anything.
Right.
Doesn't mean anything because you're now elite level. I want to see elite level shit. If you don't prepare elite level shit, you are bad Pan-African. You're not an enemy. You're not a coon. You're nothing. But I must question your Pan-Africanism at some point. Like what happened between middle class and elites to stop your spirit? What happened? If you're consistent with your ideology, it should be consistent in your tangibles.
Okay.
Like, did Jesus just say, "Hey, do you know something? I don't want to be crucified. It becomes too hard. I don't want to die for your sin or something." He might preach. If you believe in something, you stay consistent. You do not get slower. You do not stop. If you stop, I must question why. That's easy.
Point.
Even Dangote, that was the guy we pull up, the richest black man on earth, with his 40 billions. Even he didn't stop in Nigeria. He is now continental. He could have stopped in Nigeria. He was already a billionaire in Nigeria. He could have stopped there, but because he's a Pan-African, he went continental. He does his elite shit. He is an elite Pan-African.
Yeah, I get you.
And the problem I have with Black Americans is at some point, if you ever get a leadership structure back, if you ever get structure back, cohesion, you have to accept how higher in the rank, desto higher the expectations the expectations you must give. You cannot be a king and do peasant shit. And I always, the reason why I talk about king and peasants is because in Nigeria, we literally still have kings who have divine right. That's saying. You cannot be a king and doing peasant shit. Peasants, like straight up. That shit has to stop. This communist, kumbaya, we are all equal, doesn't matter. No. So that's not how a group works. How higher you in the rank, desto higher must be your contribution. Straight up.
So we all agree he's at the worst a low level Pan-African.
Yeah. I mean, you can call him Pan-African.
That's a good amount of Pan-Africans too. Unfortunately, that
that's a
people
huge.
Say they're Pan-Africans. Usually, if you put them up to scrutiny, they're usually pretty bad Pan-Africans.
Now, I would take a low-level Pan-African than a non-Pan-African at all, and an anti-Pan-African.
I guess.
I would.
Yes. If you have anything better, I mean,
a lot of them are in the way. A lot of people that don't even have.
A lot of people cosplay.
They take their time. You got people that take their time to talk against Pan-African.
Yeah, but Big Black, I'm just gonna be honest. A lot of people, when they talk in racial terms, a lot of them are just cosplayers. And the thing about it, this is not unique to Black folks. Like Umar Johnsons that like to put on dashikis and my sisters and blah blah blah. This is not new because there's other racial grifters that will spin people's minds and have their standards for what their racial excellence is, have it like super low. Okay, a lot of people will be like, I love Africa, Africanness, down with the white man, whatever. But then when you look at their ideology, they really kind of don't have one. It's just anti-something, anti-this, and anti-that, but it's not really a system that people can progress on. So that's why a lot of these pro-Blacks or or whatever. They're lying ass they're just really socialist Marxist type people, let's just be honest, with that type of mindset. And they spin it because a lot of people, it's easy to appeal to their identity, Big Black, and you know that. You don't have to actually offer anything. You just have to appeal to their low base instincts, and unfortunately, race is one of them things.
Yeah, so for example, I have extremely beef with some fake Pan-African, straight up fake Pan-African Africans. His name is Kefaru. He swore up and down that he's part of an organization, that soon, very soon, we do some Pan-African coup de grace shit or some Pan-African. I'm still waiting. And he told me, hey, right now we have a civil war or a cold war between the anti-Western part of ECOWAS and the pro-Western part of ECOWAS. You know, who booty clap for the West and white man, yes master, no master side. When the anti-Western side, pro-black Pan-African side, is in a very dangerous situation, does the organization try to help these brothers in their plight? He swore up and down, yes, so we'll help, we will do anything, blah, 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 blah. Now it's nearly a half a year past after the ultimatum. Shout out to the Nigerian general who stops the insanity of our president. After the ultimatum, after French literally had troops on the border, till now, I'm still waiting for the Pan-African support. That guy that challenged the West was nearly killed three times, nearly got assassinated. And still no Pan-African inside helping that brother against the West. But I can swear down, if that brother eventually gets killed and his entire movement gets destroyed, so we come out later and say, oh, what did it do to us? What did it do to our brother? We were attacked. So was our no we in the time he was still alive and was fighting? Where was it we when bullets was flying? Where was it we when the enemy literally had troops on his borders? Where was it we sent?
But you said that'd be the first one crying at the funeral, huh?
Yeah. And once again, if he didn't make the claim that he's part of a big Pan-African organization that we actually do shit when shit gets hot, I would have said, Kefaru is just a normal guy. I don't expect you to have enough power and influence to fight our entire nation. But he swore up and down, Pan-African, flag. Okay. Do you know what he is now? He's no longer Pan-African after that incident. He's now a Marxist. That's a zing in, because he was lying. He now changed his ideology to Marxism.
He don't claim Pan-Africanism no more.
No, he's not. He's now a Marxist.
He still got the red, black, and green.
Yes, he still got it. But he's a Marxist.
Hey, can I interject real quick? Hey, Big Black, why do you think other races of people, particularly Europeans, progressed? And it's rhetorical. It's because they literally went away from the shit that we obsess about. They literally, back in ancient times, like ancient Greeks were talking about this very thing, saying, you know what? This tribal thing, it's not really helping us out be united, because all these other people that are united from the outside are kicking our ass. So they like literally put down a lot of the bullshit Black Americans like to They
didn't. Alexander and his father conquered them. They didn't put down, they were forced by sword to unite. That is the problem I have with the
exactly. They did it through force. You're right. So they had a superior idea, and they used force to enforce that superior idea.
They outlawed language. They outlawed a lot of languages. They could distant tribes. They outlawed a lot of languages. And like my man said, they did it by force.
No, they exterminated those people.
Well, that's what I say. He did it by force.
But to this day, Alexander his father is seen as a founder of the Greek identity. To this day, he is the founder. Not the Greek culture, but the Greek unity identity. He's the founder. Now, does the Greeks now cry, oh, he extinguished some subgroups of Greeks he extinguished some subculture of Greeks. Oh, he burnt down some Greek cities. He slaughtered Greek armies. No one gives a fuck because he united them. No one cares.
The only people who cares are archaeologists. Because another thing too is that from that stuff, now you have people in America and Western Europe where, you know, obviously they got their ideas got to start. So now they have a reverence for these people, for all these Romans and everything. You know, they're just like, they're the greatest ever, and they don't be like, oh, they slaughtered those people. It's like, well, they won, and they won against other people. So that's why Black folks need to stop being concerned about what other people think about us and just start doing for self, man, and stop.
Did you ever see an Italian saying, "Oh, I hate the Roman Empire because
No, my lineage comes from Christians or whatever."
Yeah. No. I hate the Roman Empire because 2/3 of the population were slaves. Did you ever hear an Italian saying that?
No.
That was years and years ago. And how, as far as that empire, how many years did it take to create that empire? Because
the empire,
few hundred years.
Around 500, 400 years, and it lasted nearly what? How long? 2000?
Yeah, about 2000.
So this is we do got to move at God's speed, but again, it's not going to be overnight. But we do need to pick up the pace, you know.
No. What we are saying is, we like to talk about, hey, let's do it like the European, let's do it like the Chinese, let's do it by. But every time we mention how they did it, mostly by, hey, I have a gun to your head. We are both Chinese, but you are from the Ming Ming tribe, and I am from the Ching Ching tribe. I'm stronger than you. Hold on. I'm stronger than you. I have the gun to you. You have two choices: unite with your kinsmen or die.
Yeah.
But every time he points that out, also the fake Pan-African, Marxist, communists say, no, we cannot do that. We must be pacifist. We must be all kumbaya and shit. And I think to myself, then why are you bringing up those people?
You know what it is though too? It's the whole, we got to hold on to traditions too. Y'all leave that out. You know what I mean? Again, for that, like you said, that happened. Some bloodshed might have to happen. The thing is, I was thinking about this, like, you know, let's say Nigeria said, well, let's think of another name and say, goddamn it, we this tribe, even though we're a country. We're all one. We can call us this tribe, and this will be our fucking country. And other African countries do that. You understand what I'm saying? But like you said, the hard way. It takes a lot of bloodshed. Is there an easy way? It might be a lesser bloodier way, but you got to convince a lot of those tribes and come up with one tribe. You know?
Do you know how much the Chinese Civil War costed? On the one side, 60,000 was killed on the nationalist side. On the communist side, it was double the number, and 5 million civilians died.
Yeah.
But the communist side won and united the country. I'm just saying, it doesn't matter which example you bring. Their unity came from killing each other and finding out who is the strongest, and he is then in charge. That's it.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm sorry. Is Kaizo or One Man on here? Jewel of Nashville. She wants to come on.
Jewel of Nashville. I don't know. I think Kaizo is fallen asleep because I heard him snoring, and One Man is gone. I think.
Oh.
Maybe somebody can see if One Man is on his channel.
Yeah, I don't get it. That is one thing I hate about Kaizo. Every time he's not involved in the discussion, that motherfucker falls asleep very quickly, like straight up.
So what time is it at Kenya? Probably like Probably like what 12, 12 a.m. or something like that.
Like the last stream ended and still was going on for 1 hour, just him snoring.
I do that last time, so he's good for that. He's good for that. Then you catch the stream and then you just see his face on there for like an hour and a half. Like, he's good for that. Then he wakes up and cut it off. Yeah, man. Yeah, but
Now
then
you must understand, Big Black. I'm not against you. You're good in my book. And if you meet you, I would invite you. You can choose which hotel you want to sleep in. Instead, I bring you to my plantation and see what I built for my community. But
go ahead.
But the problem I have is that I see a lot of drifting. Maybe you don't see it because you grew up in a different culture.
I see, believe me, I question all this stuff again. Like I go back into like think about it like this: all the stuff that was going. If you look at your history, you're a historian, right? I mean, not a historian, but you love history. AFI loves history. I love history, right? All you gotta do is look at history, and then you can see what the hell is going on today. If you look at the power movements and how they got, on the continent and in America, how a lot of agent type of provocative stuff was happening in the 60s and 70s. What do you think about now? It's 2024. Man, they got stuff. They got stuff that'll blow our mind as far as like pretty much trying to keep up. So that's not surprising me. All this drifting that's going on. So that's not surprising.
Yeah, because most of the time, that's why also Africans call me American booty clapper. Because most of the time, I have those standards only for African. Because I try to keep my own house clean.
Mm-hmm.
And I let African Americans do actually what they want, as long as they're not, as long as they don't insult someone for no reason.
Mm-hmm.
Because you don't understand it. We Africans actually have a greater beef with Negro-Europeans than with Americans, like straight up. Because Negro-European are our cousins, literally cousins. Sometimes cousins a second grade and something like that. So they're literally family. And so motherfucker over here in the continent, sometimes straight up bugging, like lost, just lost.
But you know what? Is your name Mr. Snake Man?
Yeah.
Okay.
Snake
Okay.
Man.
So I did want to say something that Judah said earlier when he said that African Americans they call like Africans like African booty scratching and stuff like that. I've been called that too by African Americans too. I don't think it's really anything against Africans. I think that was just a term
Don't
for
listen to him. Don't listen to him. He is just a white man booty scratch, white man booty clapper who licks the feet of every white man. He's basically the African version of Uncle Ruckus. Because
Mark, oh, sorry, not to cut you off real quick, but remember, this is when you watch Brandon's show and they start lying to like get you to believe them. This is exactly what this is.
Because you must understand, he comes from Amazonia. Why would an African growing up in an area where he gets sniped, killed, because he speaks another language, care about that you call it African booty scratcher? Think about it. He grew up in an area because of the ethnic division. He could be killed any time, but somehow now in America he has a problem because someone called him African booty. Trust me. He is just trying to us. He's basically spouting white supremacist nonsense. That's what it
is. And also too, Mary, when I was growing up, there's more Africans now in America than I think there's ever been, and there's still like a small percentage of immigrants in America. And I can tell you, growing up, we called each other African booty scratch because we would look at like a Caribbean or some black person from the diaspora and just assume they're all African, and then call them that, and then we call each other that. And then like I said, we barely saw any Africans anyway like that because mostly they were in New York City. And even there wasn't that many. So yeah, We just called each other that mostly.
Yeah, and that's true because I was called that in middle school, and then even me and my brothers and sisters we would call each other that. Like me and my brother and stuff, we call each other that. Like whenever we were just joking around or being funny, we call each other African booty scratchers. So I don't think Africans, I mean, should take it seriously. And like if they do feel hurt by that, then I'm sorry. I just I
Okay,
don't.
you must
It's not like you're
understand.
trying to hurt anyone.
You must differentiate the Africans who are actually in Africa. They don't care. They don't care. They will say to you, "Why are you insulting me?" It's more about that you're insulting them, but they don't really care. It's those Africans whose mission is to stay in white countries. They are the ones who complain the most, straight up. And I do not know what happened staying over there in those white countries, but they're changed. So, once again, differentiate. Africans stay in Africa, African in white countries. So there's a difference. There's a difference in mentality. And Judah clearly showed that this motherfucker will die for his white master. So like once again, Judah is not a representation of his own little unity movement, Amazonia. Like instead of using the Amazonian hierarchy gives a fuck about Judah. Do you think they care about him? What he has to say? No. I think that is the major reason why he's so aggressive, because he has the feelings that he's not accepted by black people in America, and he's not accepted by black people of his own country. So he's basically lost. He's lost. I call it the lost mentality.
Also, too, I want to add to that. Jude is also understands he's lived in the West for long enough to where he knows the power that Black Americans have. Unfortunately, is that we love to yell about our inequalities to get something from the white man, because the white man is smart. He knows he'll make us beg and give us something and shut us up, and we won't do nothing. We won't actually work together and stuff like that. So Jude instinctively knows if they just complain about bullshit, somebody's gonna step in and help them out, and usually that's the white man. So that's all it is. Like, we're not oppressed over here. Because, like I said, I see Africans over here, like in my area, they excelling, they're fine. Like I said, I've had my private doctor, he's been a Nigerian fellow, real young guy, damn near 20 years younger than me. I see folks over here just crushing it. And the main people complaining and talking about racism are Black people who either work for the government or they work for some white ass corporation that don't even like Black people. These are the people that I keep talking about racism and shit like that. So, like I said, Jude is just in that realm. He has that mark.
Well, here's the thing, AFR, right? The thing is, I think when we say that, we lump all African Americans in that, right? And that's not right. The reason it's not right because a lot of people that say something about racism, those are the ones that's very excelling. That's a misnomer that the ones that are not excelling is the ones that saying something about racism. No, the ones that are saying something about racism are the ones excelling. Now, that whole hit the ground running thing. A lot of us had it. A lot of us had that in us, just like the some of the imps that come over here, right? When you have a goal, when you set yourself to a goal and you say, you know what, by 2025, I'm gonna do this, by 2027, you and I know, you sound like a goal driven person. You're gonna, no matter how it goes, you're gonna get to that goal. A lot of African Americans are goal driven, but the thing is, you can't judge all of us under that standard to some of the immigrants that come over here. Yeah, hey, I'm gonna be goal driven too. If I'm in country, right, and my family got me over here, and they're like, hey, get down and lay down, I'm taking off. I already have that spirit now, so I can understand that spirit of doing that. Now, do I think like if you give everybody after the opportunity to do that, will they do that? No, because just like in all communities and all races, you have people that's going to get up and jam, and you get people that's going to procrastinate.
Okay, I will tell it like Dr. Umar Johnson.
Let me interject real quick, and I will shut up. Okay, I feel you on that, Big Black, and you are sort of right. But one thing I'll refine that a little bit. There is a class of Black person, whether they be African or African American, that are at a higher level that understand the dynamic of people, Black people in the West. They understand we have an intellectual deficits that keep us in the situation that we're in. They use that racial rhetoric to control mentally vulnerable Black folks that aren't as smart or aren't as discerning as people that hire at a function at a higher level in America or society in general. I'll give an example. Eugene Gray, remember that Black woman that was the president of Harvard just recently? She got like fired or she quit or whatever. I think she quit or whatever, but she was under fire for her bullshit. She is a class of Black person that understands that the Marxist victimhood mindset, or the mindset that is in academia today that keeps Black people down. Okay, keep it 100. Modern day white academia helps intellectually keep Black people down. So they have this. They know if they go in there, they'll get the highest positions. They'll stay there and get privileges for themselves and for their small in group, and also they benefit from the dysfunction in real time. That woman is from one of the richest Black families in Haiti. Okay, literally ain't never seen a day of oppression from a white person in her freaking life. But then she comes over here to America and tells young Black women to abort their baby, don't build communities, the white man's good, blah, 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 all that rhetoric, instead of the message that Black people need is to work together is, build businesses, be healthy, eat well, be kind to others, stuff that makes people a strong people. She is not going to do that. And there's other folks that are Black and African that do the same thing, that engage in this. So that's what I'm saying. Yes, that is a thing that people that complain the most about racism are well off, but they're the Pied Pipers. They get the misinformation out there to keep vulnerable Black folks down. And I pass the mic.
I just wanted to say to our American brethren, in the word of Uma Johnson, it's a little bit corrupted. No one in Cameroon or Amazonia will care when Judah is going to sleep for good.
Yeah, why did she get fired though? I heard she said something against.
No, she didn't. She just didn't speak out. She tried to have it both ways on the anti-Semitism thing, because I'm sorry, I'm not. Everybody knows I'm not pro-Jewish or pro-Israeli or none of that stuff. I'm not a fan of those people like that. But one thing I will say, saying the river to the sea is literally saying we're going to genocide your Jewish ass. That's literally what that means. And people are trying to act stupid as to what that means. It literally means we're going to genocide Jews. But she tried to be like, oh, no, well, it depends. It's like it's free speech, but it's not actually hate speech, even though people like her have been at the forefront of censoring people via this hate speech bullshit. And through the, you can't be sexist and racist bullshit. Not the, you know what I'm saying, Big Black. They use those terms to shut down speech they don't like, but then when they got their card pulled by people that actually got power, i.e. Jews, and she couldn't explain her way out of the bullshit, and she had a leave of absence and then she quit. But the thing about it, the stupid ass people on the board gave her a little golden parachute, so she gonna be fine. She was rich before, she got richer after, she gonna be fine. But the main thing is she tried to play the white man's game, and they betrayed her at the end of the day.
Surprise, surprise.
Yeah, but that's gonna happen in situations like that.
One thing I don't understand is, it might be a Black American thing, like her, for example. Why waste energy of her? Like how long was she in that position? You know that she had to kiss the rings of the Jews by default. You know that.
Yep.
So why are people crying about her? Like, it's not like that's what I don't understand. That's what I don't understand. She's a water carrier for the small heads, Now the small heads kicked her out because that's what they do. Now should we sad because she got kicked out?
And then literally this is how they weaponize black folks. We'll see some shit like that, don't know nothing about it, no context, and then it starts like shit talking and acting stupid towards other race people, i.e. white people, and they fucking hate us more over nothing.
I mean, she was not shit talking when so shekels were coming in.
She was all about it.
I mean, but shit, it was racism. A lot of black folks had to work for racist ass countries in the 70s, 50s, and 60s. They probably some of them companies were saying they were probably out in the open.
Hey, it's 2024. You didn't live in the 50s, sir.
No, I'm not talking about. But I'm saying that here's what I'm saying. I'm saying that as far as her situation, right? First of all, you can't lump everybody as far as like she's the white man, this and that. Most of pro-black people, yeah, we don't. A lot of people are against the pro-black side, against abortion. You know what I mean? Because she's more. It sounds like she's more liberal than pro-black. And a lot of liberalism is a lot of the liberals are not pro-black.
So trust me. If she would have done some things that would empower the local black community, she would have been kicked out immediately.
Yep.
Straight up. The shekel master would have kicked her out immediately. That's why I say, why be sad about her now? She literally got paid to be a Judas.
I mean,
why be sad about a Judas? I don't get it.
And literally, big black. About half of what you say or believe, she would have you censored off of Facebook and every platform online.
Right, that's what I'm saying. So you can't lump her into the big white man thing, because I think that, as you say, she's pushing, this liberalism, right? As far as like that's anti-black.
Yeah, but most black people parrot in liberal Marxist talking points, even if they don't believe it or know it. A lot of what they say is self-defeatist, non-capitalistic terms. Now, I'm not saying capitalism is the best thing, but it's the best system that seems to be winning right now that we need to start competing in. So what I'm saying is, black folks could be like, you could be like, oh, you can't lump us all together. Well, actually, I kind of can, because if you look at our voting patterns and shit like that, we're very prone to liberalism and Marxism, and we need to fix that about ourselves, or else we're going to be perpetual underclass to other races. We literally were second-class citizens. We're on our way to third and fourth right now in America because we don't want to do what's necessary.
Maybe it's a Mexican sorry, not Mexican. It's a Latin influence in the culture. Maybe something changes in the dynamic. Maybe when the Latin America are now the most popular in America and taking over the South, maybe something will change.
Listen. In 5 years, listen. In 5 years, the Mexicans gonna be putting tires around black people and setting their asses on fire in big cities in America, just like they do to themselves in Mexico. So that's what's going to happen.
Yeah, and it's true. Like we vote Democrat because our families, that's what we've been voting for. But we need to look at policies, just like America First Rifleman said. Like we need to look at policies. Like I didn't vote for Joe Biden when I voted last election, and it's because of his policies and the stuff that he was saying. I was like, no, this is not. I'm not voting for him. But yeah, you're right. America's First Rifleman. Like we need to do something different.
So that's what I'm saying. Like we need a 180 turn from the like I said, big black. Like I said, we can lump each other in because we think the same. Like white people, literally, they're 50-50. Even though they're trending more liberal now and Democrat, but still, there's still a fight for their vote. There's still there's a bigger fight for the Hispanic vote and stuff like that. We're the only group of people that just like no contest. We listen to these white people, these Jews every election.
I mean, the thing is, you're supposed to buy up the politicians, right? That's the real power. It's like, okay, conservative or Democrat, the conservative or Democrat. No, you get these what do we call those? People that you take to, that visit these politicians and pretty much
Or
offer
lobbyists.
lobbyists, right?
Well,
That's
that's the thing. We won't even play that game. We don't put like the black people like at the local level. We won't put in a few $1,000s to run our own candidate just for black people. We don't do that. We say, oh, the Democrat. We're gonna we let the Democrat put a black face in front of us and then we vote for him. So that's what I'm saying, like, we can't blame no other race for that. Like, we don't actually fund the shit we want. So that's what I'm saying. Like, it's a wrap, bro. Like, we have the ability to fund our own candidates.
Right? As far as like, what got a lot of stuff started was, the Democrats, and then as far as like that was considered just the right to vote was considered left, right? And then everybody that had a complaint, they went to the left. You see what I'm saying? Like, the LGBT.
No, the big swap is kind of a lie, but I see what you're trying to say.
You see what I'm saying? But I'm saying, like, the feminist movement went to the left, you know what I'm saying? Because it's like, okay, you give them votes, we need this and that, this, so they went to the left.
Well, the right to vote was a constitutional thing. That's why they changed the Constitution to do that. It literally hold on. The Civil Rights Act literally just reiterated what the Constitution already said.
Well,
like seriously,
powered it, right? It gave it more bite, didn't it?
Well, yeah, I got it. So we have the Voting Rights Act. So that's not a left or right thing. Everybody has the right to vote now. Actually, it's even easier to vote. Dead people can vote now. So, anyway, no, let's not get into that. But you get what I'm saying. So people have the right to vote. So the vote is not being restricted. Actually, more black people are voting than they have ever.
But I'm saying shifted something leftist. You see what I'm saying? Shifted black people from vote Republican to vote.
Well, because because listen, we know this story already. They said we're gonna let you want. Okay, Negroes, what did you want? Oh, you want to sit next to Becky and Brad and not be harassed? We gotta force every white person to let you in their restaurant and eat with your dusty ass. Granted, bam, you didn't ask for reparations, you didn't ask for special privileges, you didn't ask for shit, but you wanted the quote unquote equality and all this bullshit. Bam, you got it, Negro.
But AM5. Now seriously, I'm not gonna go back, but do you really think that they were gonna give us reparations in the 50s?
Actually, we had a better argument then, and maybe they probably would have given it to us if we would have actually fought for it, but we didn't fight for that. We listened to Martin Luther King. Listen,
what I'm talking about?
We have black folks saying what we saying now, but we let Martin Luther King win the argument, and then he represented us. And that's where we at today.
Well, what happened, actually, I disagree with that whole notion, right? Yeah, desegregation was good, but what happened is, the whole, when they did bring drugs to our community, because that's on record, drugs got pushed into our community.
Here we go.
They did. That's
we had these. Okay, go ahead, sir. Go ahead and finish.
No, in the 80s, and that's what really broke up the community, is when the drugs got pushed into the communities in the late 70s, early 80s, drugs get pushed into the community. And that pretty much broken up homes, create a whole bunch of crack babies. Let's be for real. You know what I mean? But as far as the right to
Okay, well, let's you made a statement, and I'm gonna push back on your statement.
Let me say one last thing.
Well, no. We're gonna stay with the drugs thing you just said. We don't want to get too bogged down. We'll stay with the voting, and we'll stay. Okay. So, no. I wanna push back on what you just said, and then we can. Okay. So you said it's because drugs were pushed into the community. It broke up our homes, and you're pretty much implying that the white man did it or whatever. And I get that, I understand, but let's just be honest. There's always been a degenerate element in the black community that will push drugs on anybody to have a come up. That's just what it is. It's human nature. I get it. I got it. But we as a community, as a collective, decided to let that shit go. And literally the white man said, my laws say, if you have this white powder, I get to kill you and imprison you and do everything in between. And we agreed to that. So it's kind of hard to say they pushed it on us, and then we decided to take it, and we mad at. Like, hold on, don't stop talking over me, sir. I'm trying to land the plane. So we can't go back and get mad at the white man when he literally said, "This is the law of the land. I get to imprison and kill you, do everything in between," and then we as a community let the shit go. Okay, listen, a whole bunch of black people decided not to get involved with drugs. They decided not to get involved with crime. And guess what? They were working for the feds. They were working in corporate America. They have their own businesses. They got their own play. You know what I'm saying? So people who decided not to engage in that stuff, the white man didn't hold them down. So we can't. And plus, also, like I said, when people were out there selling drugs and all that, they didn't invest in the community and all that. They extracted from the community and went to live somewhere else. And that was it. Like, and also it wasn't about because we were poor and the white man didn't let us engage in economics and all that. It's the white man's fault. Listen, we made our places dumps where no business wants to operate. Okay. And that's it. So we got to get over this. They push drugs in our community excuse. We know drugs are bad in 2024, but guess what? We still are letting people sell drugs in our community. And I pass them.
Okay. Now, all said and done, yeah, we can, and I say, yeah, the people that push it, you know what you got, you know what you're selling, right? But the bottom line is, if you come with on a government, if you come with a plan to push drugs into the community, yeah, and to a community that's for the most part, right?
It's a lie. There was never a plan to push drugs into the black community. It's a lie.
That's not a lie. It's documented. That's not a lie. It's documented. So we talked about the contract, all that type of stuff.
Okay. See, I didn't want to get into that particular, but you forced my hand. But go ahead and finish, and I'm gonna have to push back on that point. Go ahead.
Okay, so it's documented. And actually, there's court cases that I think that brought up in Congress. You know what I'm saying? As far as like how that ended up in our community. Bottom line, if you have a plan, you do that. Yes, it's going to affect. Yeah, we can say people shouldn't have participated in it, but you drop that in any type of community, right? And some people are going to partake in it, whether they white, black, whatever. They're going to partake in it, right? So that's actually is going to have a negative effect whether you were smart enough not to partake in it like me, or you wasn't smart enough to partake in it like me. But in any community, you got people that's going to be smart enough to avoid it, and you have people that's not going to be dumb enough to partake in that. But at the same time, that has been done to our community, so you can't leave that element out. Go ahead.
You know what I think? Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
I'll be real quick, Mary. Okay, that whole thing about Iran Contra, that being run by the CIA, they knew the criminal organizations were funneling money to get funds so they can fund their civil war. And they just let it go. They directly were not loading up the boats. Now, I'm not saying there weren't individual agents that were like loading up planes for their black budgets and all that shit. Nobody's saying that didn't happen, but there is no document as far as whatever government agency, whether it be the executive or legislative branch, that said our plan is to funnel drugs, black community, make them dysfunctional. So we can control them. Hold on, stop talking, sir. Let me finish. There is no documented actual document that I've ever seen, and I've looked into government corruption at all levels. So I've seen all congressional hearings of all controversial ones. And if you have these documents, please put it in the chat or my email, and I will gladly look at them and change my mind about what you're saying. So what I'm saying is they knew it was getting funneled into the black community and they were funneling it through that way. But at the end of the day, they let it go, but they didn't directly do it. There's corruption at every level, but there's no documented government directed plan to destroy the black community in that manner. Okay, now we can talk about over criminalization, and we can talk about laws that were passed to put black people in jail because of drugs, that's a different conversation. But you can't just come in with this conspiracy theory bullshit that does nobody any good and talk about they destroyed our community by funneling drugs. And at the end of the day, we engaged in it. And that's white supremacy. We engaged in the white supremacy. And I passed the mic.
Okay, so just the fact that they had court hearings on it, right?
Documentary did happen, sir.
Listen what I'm saying. So you're saying that they were using that money, they weren't using that money to fund that war?
Okay, once again, I said the CIA and DEA operatives that were involved knew there were illegal criminal cartels funneling the drugs in to fundraise, and also the U.S. government was doing that as well to fundraise for that civil war because it was anti-communism, and so the ends justified the means. So they didn't put a stop to that criminal activity that they knew was affecting us because they are amoral people. They didn't necessarily have to hate black people; they just didn't have to care, and they did.
Right. But you
stop talking. I'm about to land a plane. At the end of the day, there are documented cases of government corruption that we can see in the Library of Congress and in Congress that says, like the church commissions with the CIA doing corrupt shit and executing people and doing all that stuff that was illegal against the Constitution. That is documented. There were hearings about that. The same thing with what's the other the naval affair or the deep state. I think it was called the naval affair, where they had naval or government corruption from the Department of Defense, where they were spying on civilian leadership. That's documented. Okay, this other stuff y'all be saying, it's not documented. It's not. And that's it. So that's what I'm saying. And the thing about it, if it's not documented, why are we wasting time on it? We need to start stopping the drugs and getting off the drugs. But y'all don't want to do that. Y'all want to just say the white man sabotaged it, so y'all don't have to do shit. And I pass the mic.
You just proved my point. You just basically said that the that on every level they needed to fund this war, and they would.
I didn't say that. You didn't listen to me. But go ahead.
Yeah, you said that. You said that.
I said there's levels of corruption on like every level, but that doesn't mean they were all engaged at the same time. So you misused my words. You misused my words.
You basically said that they knew as far as they needed the drug money to help fund this war.
And that was the preview of the Department of Defense and the CIA. They were running that. That was their thing.
So if they knew that they needed this money to fund the war, so they had to do it to fund the war. They knew exactly where those drugs would end up at in our communities. So why would you need, by them admitting that, why would you need a document to say
they let it go? They didn't bring it to the black community. Other people's, because of their interest, did it. Stop doing that. Just make some up.
Before they brought the drugs, they knew that the drugs were going to wind up being in the black community.
Did you hear what I said? Okay, hold on, Big Black. Before we go, Mary, did you hear anything I said about the drug running and stuff, or about the government corruption? Because it seems Big Black, maybe he has not heard me.
You just said, okay, well, explain what you said again.
I said, once again, the CIA and the Department of Defense had a goal because of anti-communism to fund the Sandinistas, or whatever their name was, in South America with weapons. So they understood that they were using their drug connections and drug cartels that were already running in America, that were already there, and were fundraising off of that. And a lot of those drugs, they were using black people as a storefront to sell those drugs. And it went directly through the black community. They let it happen because they wanted to fund that stuff down there. So they just didn't care. They didn't have to actually do it.
They didn't let it happen. They made it happen. What are you talking about?
Yes, they let it happen. They understood through their intelligence sources. They understood the criminal cartels were operating in that way, and they let it happen because they wanted those people to get the funding. The ends justify the means. That's that simple.
But exactly. That's
You're
exactly
trying
what
to
you're
make it something
admitting.
that it's not, sir. You're trying to make it something that it's
That you said they even justify the means. They knew before they bought an ounce, they knew that that money was going to end up in black. That
Hello, can you guys hear me?
well, hold on. They knew that the drugs were going to end up in black community, and they said, you know what, the ends justify the means before they bought an ounce. So yes, that played a big part in the destruction of the black community.
whatever. But go ahead, Mary.
Yes, yes, we can hear you, Olga.
Well, before you go ahead, Mary, because you wanted to say something before. I'm
Okay, can I chime in?
Well, she wanted to speak before. Let her speak real quick, and then we'll let you speak, sir.
Oh no, it's okay. He could speak. All I was just wanted to say is that um I wish that our communities like were gated and we had security so we could stop bringing these drugs into our community, because I feel like if we had someone, our communities were gated and then we had security, it could stop a lot of these problems. I feel like it can. I mean, I don't know. That's just my opinion. That's what I think. But I don't know. Something just needs to be done because it's just too much going on in our communities. I mean, that's all I really have to say.
You want to start over?
Go ahead, Olga.
Okay. Can I go ahead now?
Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead,
Yeah,
sir.
it was kind of an echo, but I'm just trying to manage it. So yeah, the
I was gonna say you might have two windows open, so maybe you want to close one.
okay, so if you in our community, the main issue we have now is that we're not as strong as we used to be here in America. We're like, I think one of you guys is just making excuses for anything, making excuses for selling drugs. We pretty much everything bad in our community is seen as good, and everything good is seen as bad. This wasn't the case in the 70s. We had like morals, we had that strength, and we just resisted a lot of said we said before, we said no to all of these vices. But look at our communities now. I mean, with all the what we even our music, our rap music is just exploitation of women, even exploitation of men and everything. And like people are seeing it as like, oh, this is our culture, this is who we are, this is the best we can do. And it's not the case. It's not the case. These all this stuff happening in our community, it's happening because specifically us the men, we're not who we used to be. We're not as strong as our grandparents. We hear about our grandparents having, like our grandfathers rather, having like strong families, having businesses, and being pillars in their community. But most of the black men, if you just go in any hood now, you see a lot of the black men, they didn't gave up a long time ago. They made one wrong turn, and then that was all. And this worst part is nothing in our community now that's really trying to push our people forward. And black men really have lost that confidence and belief that we used to have. That's how we did. That's how we bent this Jim Crow, because black men were upstanding. They had standards, and you can threaten us, bomb, do fire, shoot, assassinate. They still knew that no matter what, they still had to stand strong, endure through that, so the coming generations wouldn't have to experience that. But then look at us today. Any small thing, any work, like we're falling for everything. We don't stand for anything. We're falling for everything, and the racial pressure is less now than the racial pressure is less now than it was in the 20th century. So it's no excuse. You cannot be selling drugs to your neighbors across the street and claiming that another man is pushing you to do that. No, it's because of we don't have those values. We don't go to church anymore. and we just abandon our communities. We're not investing. But as soon as we start investing in our communities, the very little thing, everything will start to change. But black men is just like anything we can do to give up, we do that. We don't get married, so there's no foundation there. With now the interracial rate is even higher. And you can't bring no white girl or no Latino girl, no Asian girl to live in the hood. She's not gonna live there, and it's not gonna be she's not gonna grow up there. She don't know how to maneuver. Any black woman can live in the hood, but if you bring one of these other chicks, it's not gonna happen. So y'all gotta live in the suburbs out somewhere, away from the where you grew up where. And it's businesses, no base black rich black folk don't invest anything in the community. So we can make it this difference. It's not gonna be that hard, but we have to have certain standards.
Now we can hear your accent.
We have to get involved politically. We have to get involved in church, and we have to do everything possible against this gang violence and everything. We have to try, give effort, and things will get better.
Okay.
So it's a massive echo on my end, and I'm hearing everything I'm saying again. So I edit for it now here.
Yeah. But we can hear your accent. We know you're not African American. You still have your accent for what country you came from. And then some of the things you said, I can tell you, not really from the hood. But again, I'm not trying to make excuses. I never sold crack in my life. I knew when I understood what crack was. I knew that if I sold crack to my old people, I'm pretty much selling.
I am African American.
You don't sound African American at all. You had an accent through the whole spiel.
I am from the hood as well.
But why? But why should we focus on the way he sound?
I'm from the hood, bro.
I mean,
I'm in the hood right now. You won't believe me, but I'm here.
But you know what, that kind of makes me a little upset, because when I'm not from the hood, but when I have gone to the hood,
And I do live in the hood.
They talk about the way I speak, and always want to call me a Oreo and stuff like that, and I don't like that. I mean, I just don't understand why we focus on the way a person speaks.
No, ain't about him talking. But he has an accent, man. I can't hear you when you talk. I can't hear your accent. Now you can talk however you want to talk, whether you talk, but you're very. You sound like you're educated when you talk.
You see, I didn't even respond to that because that's common divide and rule stuff that they put in, and we're not focused on making our community better. So I don't even focus on that.
You're doing some divide and conquer.
She's still going on it.
No, you're doing divide and conquer stuff right now. I could tell that
but you understood everything I said, right?
I heard some of your points.
If you understood everything I said, I am a black person, so what else is there?
I understand you're black, but I'm saying
wherever black people are, we're still suffering the same. So
right, we're suffering it on both ends.
I don't really go on that. It's a waste of time.
Well, you got on the panel, but what I'm saying is some of the things that you said. Like I said, going back to crack. That's why he jumped off the panel, because he actually doubted himself when he said that they knew that the crack was going into the hoods and they needed it to fund the war. Okay, but there's no document, but he just doubted himself because he said that on a governmental level they need to fund the war by pushing crack into poor communities, and they knew exactly what poor communities were being targeted for black communities. Now, on my end, I never sold crack. I knew what crack would do. Yeah, I think the people that sold crack are sellouts. But on the systematic level, if I put my feelings out of it on the systematic level, if you put that drug in anybody's community, you're going to have weak people that sell it, and you're going to have strong people that avoid it. So bottom line, it's going to cause a negative effect. It's not going to cause a positive effect, especially when you understand the nature of the drug and what it does. It makes you fiend for it more and more, and it takes you out your right mind to where your whole focus is that. Not to mention how many kids were how many crackbaits.
Let me
So that was a just
let,
because acknowledging that
let me respond to that.
uh, it was
Yeah,
a
it's kind of an echo, so I can't really go jump in when I want to jump in.
Marie, do you have an echo? Do you hear echo, Marie?
Okay, okay, look, let me respond.
Go ahead, go ahead.
Okay,
I don't hear echo.
Yeah, you got two windows open. You probably want to close one. Close
okay.
internet services
It
on.
you
I mean,
see,
webs. You probably got like Firefox or something else on, like Chrome or something.
hold. Let me try something right now. Hold on. Okay, let me just use it like that. You can't.
Yeah, go
Hold
ahead.
on. Let me try this. You see? The only way I don't know what's going on with the StreamYard, but
No, what you got to do, you probably was watching it from another window. You open up a tab. The tab you on, keep that on, and then close the tab that you came off from. You see what I'm saying? And then that echo will be going on your end.
if you see if I go out right now, I feel like it's gonna be a big issue to come back in.
No, don't
So I
go
don't want
out.
to just hop out and hop back on.
Don't go out. What I'm saying is, do you if you click on the other tabs, do you see us still in the live? If you got two tabs with two lives on,
But
then the one that
but
you don't
brother
is
man, it's not gonna work. I'm on my phone and I'm not signed in
oh,
on where I'm hearing y'all from. So
go ahead. Yeah,
I think we're just gonna have to use it from like that.
yeah, because you good on our end. We don't nobody hears the echo except you, so go ahead.
Yeah. So you see, okay, let me go ahead. So if you look now, brother, there are drugs in every community. Like some of these white folk, you get near them, they just like they're not really shamefaced. They'll just say whatever it is. They don't care. I can't tell you how many times I've heard white folks saying that they used cocaine before. Another person be like, "Oh, how was it? How was it?" You're like, it was intense, but it was short." So it's drugs in every community, but the issue is that again, we don't have those values we used to have. We don't have that strength. We don't come together the way we used to do. Like all these drugs weren't invented like in the 80s. It was so many kinds of drugs for hundreds of years. So many hard drugs, like even this opium stuff, that's a big drug too. It's been around.
That
It
was
has
just
always been around, but
go ahead.
we found ways to steer our people away from that, protect our community away from that. And we're much better. Even though the weight of racism, which was much higher in the 20th century. So I'm saying our issue right now is that what we're praising in our music, in our art, in our culture, bro, that's not how things used to be. Like even our belief in a higher power, it's not there. How many black folk go to church nowadays? We need to focus on those family, church, politics, business. We do those things, things will get better. And like, of course, no community is gonna be perfect. Even the white folk, like I'm saying, you got a concept of white trash and people who don't meet the standard. So it's gonna exist no matter what you do. Pretty much, it's always gonna be some people prone to that. But because we don't have these pillars in place, these school, education, church, business, we don't have marriage, then all these things come into our community. So yes, they present these choices, but we don't have to do it, and we don't have to do it, and we shouldn't be making over excuses as if we're not strong enough to do better. While we came through slavery, we came through Jim Crow. We came through so many things. So we can do it. All we need to do is start working towards it, and all this stuff would change. So, like I'm saying, it's a big echo. So I'm just gonna be quiet and let y'all go ahead.
Like I said, I kind of can tell that you know African Americans fought like that, from the slaves all the way up to now. Now, because if you understand the late 70s and 80s, one thing you say in the 70s everything was good, right? And then in the 80s and this and that.
Can you speak? Can you speak up?
Okay. One thing that you said, which kind of, backs back to the point.
Before the 70s, really, before the 70s, because that's when a lot of this stuff started.
At the 70s, right? 70s, we said we were doing good. Everything was moving on up, right? You know, and things of that nature, right? What happened? Something must
before the 70s. Before the 70s, right before the 70s.
But
before the Superfly and all that stuff got started getting promoted.
Around the 7, let's say we'll give it 65, 75, right? Okay, black people were doing good, as you say, right? Do you understand when drugs, when crack is a whole different monster?
Go ahead.
Now hold on, man. Let me speak, because you don't understand. That's
much better.
This is what I'm saying. You're not from the hood, so let me tell you what crack does. Crack is a whole different beast. It's not heroin. It's not marijuana. When crack first got introduced, first of all, there's a difference between crack and cocaine.
You know me to say I'm not from the hood. Okay.
Okay, so there's a difference. Hold on, let me speak. There's a difference between crack and cocaine. Okay, crack. When a person gets hooked on crack, it's very hard for that person to get off of crack. And that mindset, the mindset of that person on crack is to always want crack. So you become unfunctional as a person day to day on crack. It did a lot to us. And when crack first got introduced to the youngins, right? I'm talking about those people in that particular, in the 70s, the people that first were trying it were like the late teens, right? The teens, the young adults. They didn't know what it was. So they're trying this new drug, not understanding the consequences of that drug and it being hard to shake off. Okay, you have crackheads right now that's about 70, 80 years old, big crackheads since they was 18 to 19. Ain't never been to shake off that demon. You understand? All through the hood. Don't know where their social security card is or birth certificate is. You know, and not only that, but you had women that were on crack that gave birth to babies that started off their life on the bad foot because their mother had crack, so they had crack in their system, which messed things up. What I'm trying to tell you is that this drug had a very negative effect on our community. Now,
some kind of banging sound coming from your end.
Let me finish, Mr. Echo. Now, I'm not saying that I'm not making an excuse for people who sold drugs. I'm not making an excuse for people who use drugs. What I'm saying is that the people that sold drugs, after a while, you knew you're selling this death to your people. Because like in the 85, around 85 to 90, you really start seeing the real effects of crack in the communities. Okay? So those people that still continue to sell drugs, they knew they were selling straight poison and destroying people. I'm not giving them no way out to say, hey, they know what they're doing. They would know they were selling death. You understand? But what I'm saying is this drug was targeted to Black communities around America. You can't get around that. And it had a negative effect. You couldn't put it in the white community because how you had to sell this drug hand in hand on corners. White communities weren't allowing that. You only could do that within the black community, the way it needed to be sold. And that's why it was pumped in our community. It was designed to be in our community, to have a negative effect in our community. Bottom line.
Okay, I understand that, but what can we do different today? Why can't we just not sell drugs, go to trade school, or open a business, or do something else? Why are we still selling drugs to our community today when we know that it's harming our people?
You know what? That's a very good question. I asked. That's a very. I don't sell drugs to our community, right? But and there's a lot of black people that don't do that. But there's still black people that have this sense of
because of
where,
values.
yeah, because of values. But I'm saying there's people that say, you know what? I don't care who dies. I don't care who gets hooked on drugs. I want to make my money. And there's too many of us that think like that. So yeah, I do agree that there's too many of us that think like that. Now we did when you talk about like times when well, you talk about why don't we have something that guards our community, this and that from these drugs. We actually did have it at one time. The Black Panthers was doing that at one time, as far as like flushing down drugs, going after drug dealers. But we see what happened to the Black Panthers, you know. So, and I'm not trying to say, hey, everything we did everything that we could do with. No, it's stuff that we could have did more. But I'm pointing out the negative things that were done to us, so we can understand exactly what's been done to us, what we did to ourselves, and so we can understand which way to go now. You know what I mean? So, but yeah, it did have a negative effect in the black community, and it was purposely pushed in our community.
Right,
But
right.
as far like now, I agree with you, Olga. As far as like, I don't like the music now that's being pushed. You
Yeah,
understand?
I mean, how I feel is that we've been through a lot of stuff as a people, and and this and this what this the situation we in right now, it ain't nothing we can't get through. So the issue is we're not invest. We just need to invest in our community. Like it's not just a drug problem. We have a alcoholism problem. We have an abandonment program. I mean, it just a lot of us like once we get a little bit of money, we're not doing anything to invest in our community. I can't tell you how many the number of black men, more especially 40 years and above, I see homeless and begging. And it's like it's so it's like you see the condition, and like damn, it's too much. So one of our main issues we have right now is that a lot of these celebrities and even the business folk, they it's like their mentality is, hey, I'm gonna get how we were raised up. Our mentality is we're gonna go inside the club, we're gonna throw away $100,000, we're gonna buy gold, we're gonna buy diamonds, we're gonna buy $500,000 cars, but the hoods we came in from, we don't create any drug rehabilitation centers. Like these guys, they don't even come and talk to the high schools that they left from. They don't come and talk to the district and say, "Hey, y'all don't got to do this. Y'all can do this other route." And not only this, I'm gonna put 100,000, 200,000 towards it. But how we're raised up have like a big effect on how our community is right now. So I mean, that's them in a way. That's like a bit far out for us to be saying be waiting on them. Anybody that but any of us can make a big difference in our community. So like I said, we gotta at the very least find like even if it's a business, invest in your community. Even if it's a church, start going to your church. Get registered with your local NAACP and other organizations. Start going to the PTA meetings because we never do that. It's so much positive we can do. Like even I don't see things that like, oh, this is what they're doing to us. We can't do anything. No, because we already overcame through so many things, and they could even stop us. So there ain't no need to feel uh discouraged or like, oh, we can't do nothing. I can never believe that. I feel that I know we're capable of much more, and we done already proved it. So all this stuff, we can at least, very least, have a community. Black men married to black women. Our schools are functional. We make better music. We make better media, and we're at least in a much better position than we're in right now. So it's possible, but we have to give effort. We give effort, things will get better. So that's
And
really much all I have to say.
yeah,
I think I'm just gonna be
and
listening to background. So
okay.
y'all have a good rest of your day.
Oh,
I'll
you
take
too.
care.
Thank you. Oh, yes, I agree with him, but also there needs to be like a mindset change. Yeah, we could put the effort in, but if your mindset, I mean, if you still have the same mindset, we just have to change our mindset. Of course, we can do it, but like I said, we have to change our mindsets too.
I don't think everything is doom and gloom, and no one. I don't think me or Marie said that there's nothing we can do. You know. Now, from what I understand, Atlanta is a bustling city where there's a lot of businesses. It's a city that black folks doing their thing. Houston is another city where black folks are doing their thing. Uh, there are black, cities. We do have cities where black folks are hustling and busting. I mean, can we do more? Yeah, yeah, definitely. We can do a lot more. I mean, are we in the best position that we can be in? No, we're not in the best position we can be in. We can do a lot more, you know. But I don't think that I know I have a stat that there's no way we can get out of the situation we're in. Nobody, I don't think nobody on the panel today has said that. Probably, even Judah, even though he does espouse that. But it's people out there doing it. We need to do more, but there's people out there getting things done, and there are cities there's a lot of successful black cities in America. There should be a lot more, and we need to kick in a high gear, so there should be a lot more. But nobody's doing no woe is me. You know.
Mhm. And yeah, I agree. And just like Mr. Ogo said, um, we need to focus on families too. And that's one thing I wanted to talk about too.
Mm.
Us women, sometimes we always blame the black man, for all this other stuff. But sometimes us black women, we need to take accountability too. Because um I'm not saying all, but some of us, we mess with the wrong men. And then when these wrong men walk away, we want to complain. And we need to stop this independent single mother type stuff. I mean, it's too many single mothers in our community. Like we need more two-parent homes and marriages. And oh sorry, sorry, I'm eating, sorry. But like we need to take about accountability too. Like we always want to blame stuff on black men and stuff like that. And I know some of these black women, they're gonna call me a pick me and all that stuff. I really don't give a daggone. What I'm seeing, even in my family, in my families, I just see us the women, raising single raising children by themselves, and I see the struggle. This is why I don't have kids yet. I'm waiting until I get married because I do not want to be a single mother. I'm sorry, I do not want to be a single mother. So I because single motherhood, when you don't have help usually by the men, and then the woman has to work and all that stuff, what are your children doing? sometimes they're out in the streets, they may get in trouble and all this stuff. And the next thing you know, these 16-year-old boys is being tried as an adult when they commit a crime and stuff like that. And that happened to my brother. He was 16, went to go rob, went with his friends. And my brother, he was never like that. He got around the wrong crowd and went to go rob these people, and then they tried him as an adult. So I'm speaking of experience, with my family, and I see it's just not good. So we need more two-parent homes. Forget about this single motherhood stuff. Always want to be single. No, the higher power placed man and woman here for a reason. We we need each other. We do. We need each other. So that's all I wanted to say. I mean, that's all I needed to say too. We need to take accountability too. Stop blaming stuff on the black man all the time. We need to look at ourselves too. So that's what I want to say about that too.
I appreciate that. There's not a lot of people that's strong enough to make, to say that, what I'm saying, females, but women, to say that. But thank you for saying that. Yeah, shoot, I feel you, but yeah, I don't want to talk too much, because I don't want to, start the whole man versus female thing, you know. But yeah, it's a lot of things that we can improve. We have to get into technology. Definitely have to get into technology, and we have to start thinking of ways to unite. You know, we have to start thinking of ways to unite globally. Because I don't see I personally don't see any way around this where you know Robert Mugabe Robert Mugabe said it the best. We pretty much need each other. So with that, I'm gonna go ahead and make my way out. But nice talking to you, Marie. Black Power and Black Power to the panel.
You too. It was nice talking to you too. And Kaiser, thank you for having me on. I mean, even though you may be asleep, but thank you for having me on. And it was nice talking to you too, Big Black. I hope you have a wonderful evening.
All right, you too.
Oh, thank you. All right. Bye bye.
Bye bye.